All-Star Toyota presents Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Yeah!
Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Yeah, they said I gotta come off the bench.
Now, here's Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
All right, welcome in. Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you. Matthew Musso in the co-host chair. Alondra Villarreal, Cassie Spazzali. If those are wondering why we are both here and why I sound a little Kermit the Froggy, well, that's exactly why Musso's here. I got really sick over the weekend. My voice was kind of in and out, and I was like, I got two options. I can either show up, try to do it, and halfway through be like, hey, Alondra, I know you're producing the show. Now you get to solo host it as well. Let's throw everything on her. I didn't think that was fair. I didn't want to have my guy come up here this early either, but this was the decision we made, so we are all here. Moose, how you doing this morning, man?
Doing great, man. Nothing wrong with an early call to the bullpen every now and then, just to be safe, you know. You can always take the pitcher out a little earlier if you need to, if things don't necessarily go the way you think. So I'm doing great. Fantastic sports weekend here in Baton Rouge, and I'm fired up to talk about all of it with you, man.
Yeah, a little bit to talk about. Let's start it like we do every day, though. Let's go around the room a little bit. Alondra, you were telling us before the show, you certainly had a busy weekend. You had a little Kojo action. How was that?
Yeah, I went to go see Cody Johnson Friday night. A lot of fun. Seen him a couple times before, so he's always great every time that I see him. But, okay, so before we get into, like, any real stuff, okay, I need to know where y'all stand on this. This has been an internet debate, like, all weekend,
okay,
right?
well, I'm already in.
Okay, I need to know where y'all stand. I need to know if y'all are delusional or not. Do you think that if 100 men went up against one gorilla, that 100 men would be able to beat that one gorilla?
So I saw this yesterday. Now, I think it depends.
People are so confident.
Is it one guy, one after the other 100 times, or can all 100 go at the same time?
I think it's up to you what the technique is.
If all 100 go at the same time, you're going to lose a lot of guys. I think eventually the 100 guys do win.
I think the gorilla wears down.
Just sheer numbers. Like a gorilla, like you're probably 20 of them probably dying for sure.
Yeah.
But I think eventually the 100 guys win.
So if you're going to go into it, you have to go into it like knowing and willing that you're going to be one of them that.
You can't have one of those guys like T-Bob that's going to talk the big game and then not go in.
Swears.
All 100 have to be in, understanding that you could die. If you have a group that's willing to do that, I think the guys come out on top.
I think y'all are delusional.
That's just.
It's only if the 100 can go in there at once. Like if you're sending one guy in there solo against a gorilla, the gorilla's going to kill 100 guys. But I mean, eventually, I think 100 guys. I mean,
do y'all know how big and strong a gorilla is?
I get it, but
yeah, I do. I saw one just fling a child around one time.
They're supernatural.
I don't know if they're supernatural.
Like, I mean, you could give me.
They're pretty unreal.
You could put me against 100 cats. I'm still going to have a hard time, even though I'm a lot stronger than 100 cats. I mean,
cats are scrappy, man.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, just sheer numbers. Yeah. I think, Cassie, you're not a guy. What do you think?
I don't know. I really
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know because like I can see y'all's point, but I can also see Alondra's point. It's too early for me to think about.
Also, how confined of a space? Because like if you're in the wild, that gorilla's hiding, like you don't stand a chance. But like if you're like in a room maybe this big, it's an all-out brawl. But eventually you're gonna get the gorilla.
Say it's like the Roman Colosseum.
Yeah.
Then I think you have a fighting chance. If you're in the jungle, no.
Yep.
No, absolutely.
But I also think this is really a guy thing where guys are always just going to say,
how y'all think y'all can land a plane?
Gorilla? Are you freaking kidding me?
Like,
it's a gorilla.
Like y'all probably think y'all can land a plane, huh? Y'all probably think y'all can land a plane.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No, I
You're
do
not that delusional.
No, there's no chance I'm landing that plane. And well, let me rephrase. I'd land it. There were just,
everybody would die.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I can put the plane on the ground.
Crash land it.
I can put the plane on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know what shape it's going to be in when it gets there, but
poor.
No, I saw this last night. Victoria showed me this. Obviously, it's a big topic for girls, which I just think is really funny. I think if they all charge it at once, I think eventually, like, you're going to lose a lot of guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I think 20, 30 of them, they're done for. But
so to tie it back to this weekend in baseball, I tweeted out that video of Ariel Antigua, like, kind of jawing at Bear Jones, and somebody quoted it. This is, like, the funniest thing I saw. Somebody quoted it, and they were like, me to the gorilla after I watched it tear 99 other dudes to shreds. And I was like, wait, that's so funny.
I saw the other one that said Musso tried to pick a fight with T-Bob.
Yeah.
I thought that's where you were going. I found that hilarious. Like, that was really, really well done.
Very
really
on
well
point.
done.
I also
really
appreciated that one as well. All right, look, we got a lot to get into. Let's go ahead and get this show started.
Courtesy of Tiger Labor and Staffing, where they can help take care of screening, training, payroll, and more. Now, for starters.
All right, big sports weekend here in Louisiana. None bigger than LSU baseball versus the Tennessee Volunteers. Obviously, your Tigers get a 2-1 series win, and it started out with a lot of craziness. Game one of those crazy games you'll talk about for years, right? I mean, you had a rain delay, which caused the first pitch of pretty close to 10 p.m., and it was everything you hoped for. It was Cade Anderson. It was Liam Doyle. I mean, Anderson, 7 1/3, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 11 strikeouts. Liam Doyle, he goes 6 2/3, 0 runs, 3 walks, 6 Ks. I mean, it was phenomenal. LSU down 3-0 in the 9th inning. Then the magic happened. Moose, I'm obviously going to get you and Alondra's thoughts, but like Dalton Beck, he comes in, I think it was 5 at-bats on the season heading into Friday night. He gets a 2 RBI single. That makes it 3-2. Derek Curiel, who was phenomenal all weekend long, he has an RBI. That makes it 3-3. And then Jared Jones, the 3-run home run in the bottom of the ninth, like out of the stadium, straightaway center, one of the farthest home runs I've seen hit in this stadium. Tigers win that first game 6-3. I know you were in the stadium. Alondra's following it closely. Like, both of you guys, maybe like, where does that game rank for you in terms of like crazy games you've seen in Tiger Stadium?
Top 10. Fairly easily. I mean, and I've seen a lot of ball games in the old box and the new box. I mean, any really like big game marquee deal from the time that I was born to now, I've, been in contact with in some type, and that one is right up there. Just, I don't know. It's not even that was a tale of 2 games. That was a tale of 8 innings and then your 1 inning. LSU was no hit for 5 2/3 innings in the ball game, and then Jared Jones, bloops a single into center field in the 6th, and you still really couldn't get anything going after that. Ethan Fry with the grounder to third, and he busts it down the line, and Dean Curley throws it high, and he's safe. And as soon as that happened, you hear about it all the time, the magic of the box or the box being haunted or anything, but as soon as he threw that ball high, and remember again, LSU was no hit for 5 2/3. Like, They had nothing going offensively that night. Credit Liam Doyle, credit Tanner Franklin, credit Nate Snead up to that point. But once that happened, something just changed, and you could feel it in the air, and you could feel it in that stadium, and the energy was back. And Curley would commit another error. You mentioned Dalton Beck, which, I mean, that was an awesome, awesome moment there.
It was one of those, like, ballsy moves where it's like you're either going to look like an idiot or you're going to look like a genius, and it worked out perfectly.
It did, and look, Jay gave Dalton Beck a pinch hit late in the game against Alabama. He popped up. So, he comes into that, but the one thing about Dalton Beck is that's a guy who rewrote record books at Incarnate Word, was the player of the year in his conference, could have gone really anywhere when he decided to transfer, and he picked LSU. And as Jay put it after the game, he kind of recruited LSU. He wanted to be here. That's a guy you never have to worry about, is he uncomfortable in his role, or is he not going to be ready when the moment is called upon? And the one thing I'll say about Dalton Beck is what I've said literally since fall and preseason. He hits the ball hard. He's got a lot of power, and he hits the ball hard. He took a 95-mile-per-hour fastball off of one of the best relievers in the SEC and drove it 107 back up the middle. And after that, man, you felt really, really good because the energy was way back. Derek Curiel, the single, shocker. And then how can you not just be extremely excited for Bear Jones? The guy was, I think he had 3. He was 3 for his last 24 in conference play. I guess he had a 4th hit with the breaking of the no-hitter. But the slump that he was in, and he was down in the count, a 2-strike count. I think he ended up evening it up, got a mistake, and just drove it. And he took out 2 weeks of frustration on that baseball. And you're right. Yeah, 452. I think that's the 3rd ball I've seen hit over the batter's eye. Tommy White had one. Sonny DeShera from Auburn had one. And then Jared Jones. So he etched his name permanently in the lure of that stadium on Friday night. And it was an awesome moment when LSU needed it most.
As far as game 2 goes, Moose, like the emotions of game 1, you come back, you drop game 2, Tennessee wins 9-3. Look, it's a pitcher's duel early. It was 2-0 Vols heading into the 7th. Milam had a solo home run. Braswell had a solo home run. You're right there at that point. That makes it 3-2. Tennessee got hot in the 8th, though. They played 6 runs. And maybe Ianson's been good all year long, right? I mean, it's 5 2/3, 2 runs, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts. We've seen that from Anthony Ianson all year. It's another bad outing by Chase Shores, though, man. I mean, you pulled him. He didn't start last weekend. You put him out of the pen in Game 3 last weekend. He didn't do well this weekend. 1 inning, 4 earned runs, 1 walk, no Ks. I mean, he's obviously not your Game 3 starter. What can Chase Shores' role be on this team? Because not only is he not starting, he hasn't looked good in 2 relief appearances in a row.
Yeah, 2 very different relief appearances, too, because he ended up coming in the 7th inning and getting the last out and doing a nice job, stranding some runners. So you're obviously going to put him back out there, especially after you score 2 runs. You need the shutdown 0 there. I don't blame them for putting him back out in that spot. I mean, it makes sense. The guy who's given you a lot this year. But it just hasn't clicked yet. And the free passes have been a big issue for him all year. And when his stuff is sharp, when it's crisp coming out of his hand, when it's on, it's great. And you know what? He had a little bit extra on the sinker, but even with it hitting triple digits, I think 4 times, the swing and miss just hasn't been there for Chase Shores. And there was not a lot of swing and miss his freshman year before he got hurt, and the swing and miss still lacks. That's what's going to have to ultimately take him to the next level, is there has to be more swing and miss there. You'll keep running him out there, but I don't think it will be in any type of real leverage spot. I mean, I know obviously in that 7th and the 8th, that's a huge spot in the ball game. So I understand that, but also LSU at any point, if they wanted to in that 8th inning, down 1 run, could have gone to Casey Evans, could have gone to Zach Cowan. They understood where they were in the series and what was coming Game 3 for Tennessee pitching-wise, to where you had a little bit of a luxury and your offense was scuffling up to that point as well. You had 2 runs on 3 hits. So when I look at that game Saturday, I look at the offense, Taylor, because your bullpen held the line, like the middle of your bullpen, not Cowan, not in the middle of your bullpen, held the line for as long as they could against a really, really good Tennessee lineup. You held them to 3 runs through 7 innings. You're right there in the game. LSU pitching as a whole had 1 bad inning this whole weekend, and it was that 8th inning. If you take that out, I'm not saying like take it out, it didn't happen. It happened. I'm just saying if you look at the other 25 innings, because you didn't play 27 because you didn't play the 9th. So if you look at the other 25, LSU gave up 7 earned runs all weekend. You gave up 6 in that 1 inning. The other 25, you had a 2.52 ERA. And that's not just, you're not just using 5 pitchers like you did at Oklahoma. So you pitched well enough, more than well enough to win this series. And that I look at that and I go, that's encouraging going forward for LSU on the mound. The offense just wasn't there for you on Saturday. And again, it really, for 8 innings on Friday and then 9 innings on Saturday, I mean, you had 17 innings where they had outplayed you pretty handedly.
Yeah, I mean, I had talked about it heading into the series. Alondra had talked about it as well. Like, we were more concerned about LSU's bats against the Tennessee staff, not the other way around. And because we had talked about, how good this pitching staff had been. Your relief pitching, as big of a question mark as it was early in SEC play, the last 2 or 3 weeks it had been good. How about this? 1 home run for Tennessee all weekend long. That was the big thing. LSU 7. So, I mean, you completely flipped that. You were talking about the bats being, cold for pretty much the majority of Game 1 and 2. A different story in Game 3. Your bats came alive. You win a 12-2 game, a run rule in 8 innings. Look, we know the bats were hot early and often. More importantly, you may have found a Game 3 starter. I want your thoughts on this. I want Alondra's thoughts on this. Casey Evans was awesome. There's been a lot of discussion of, do you put a Evans or a Cowan in Game 3? Do you keep them in the bullpen because they're so valuable there? I mean, I'll let you go first. Like, what are your thoughts on Evans possibly in that Game 3 role?
Casey Evans was phenomenal.
He was.
On Sunday.
And he got into trouble early, but, dude, after that, 5 innings, nothing.
Which is understandable. That is not just his first SEC start. That is the kid's first career start. Yep. And it is in a rubber match against the defending champs in a massive, massive spot for your season. And he was awesome. 6 innings. He struck out 6. He didn't walk anybody. He got you 18 outs. He was great. I fully expect when LSU to announce their rotation for Texas A&M for it to be Cade Anderson, Anthony Ianson, and TBA. Yeah. And here's why. And I think it's the right call. You're playing a numbers game right now. you need to get to 19 or 20 SEC wins. And you need to do that one game at a time any way possible. If you need Zach Cowan to go 3 innings for you on Friday night behind Cade Anderson to close out a tight game in College Station, you do that. If you have a chance to win the ball game Saturday in the same fashion and you need Case and Evans to go do that, you do it, and then you worry about Sunday when you get there. If you can win those first 2 games using those guys, that keeps you right on pace for 20-10, and you roll forward. Is there, and I'm not saying there's never a spot for Case and Evans to start again, but it's a spot start like you saw.
Well, I guess it's one of those things like you mentioned, like if you win the games and you don't use him, great, start him on Sunday.
Great. And you're in a fantastic spot.
Use him to win games.
But you use him to win the game at hand, which is what you did on Sunday. Now, because you won Friday night, you had a little bit of leeway needing to win 1 out of 2, and that can make that a little bit easier. But I don't expect LSU to announce a third starter for the rest of the year. Yeah. What's great about what happened to Case and Evans, though, is that's great experience for the postseason, where you potentially will need him to spot start again, to where, if you say you say you're in like a regional format and you go 2-0 and you don't have to use him, okay, well then you can start him in that game 3 regional final and you coached yourself into a super regional, right? So it's not that I think you found your third starter. I think you found your plan.
You found another option.
You've established your plan going forward. And again, I think we've seen enough sample from Jay Johnson now in 4 years that he's operated like that already before, and I expect him to operate that again. I think it's the right call.
Alondra, before we get a break, you have been adamant about whether it's Cowan or Evans, like keeping the bullpen, kind of like Musso was talking about. Do you still feel that way, though, or do you want Evans in Game 3?
Well, I think it was more like Zach Cowan. Yeah. You really couldn't because that's your best arm out of the pen. Case and Evans, I would love to keep him in relief if we had to or if we could. But, it worked perfectly this weekend. And I'm kind of with Moose where, you just got to kind of keep it TBA. And if you need to use him in relief Friday or Saturday, go ahead and use him. But if you're going to save him for Sunday, then do it. The kid went out there and pitched lights out. Yep. He's incredible. Starting or closing. It's insane. Well, he's a freshman.
What did Jay say earlier this year? When Case and Evans pitches, you win games, right? I mean, that's come to fruition. So whether it's in the bullpen coming out, whether it's at the start, and like Musso, Alondra's alluding to, you're going to use him any way you need to get to the 19 wins that Musso was talking about.
One more thing real quick, because I know we have to go to break. But this is also the point in the season where I'd really start to watch Case and Evans, because he now is at, let me find him, hold on. He's at 33 innings pitched. That's only going to keep going up, especially if he gets more starts. And you could run the risk of him does he tire out playing the longest season he's ever played, throwing potentially as many innings as he's ever played. He's still in a great spot at 33. But this is the time where I would start to watch him as his role evolves.
Look, there's a lot to keep an eye on. Case and Evans as a whole, the team, the third starter, what are they going to do? But look, great weekend for LSU. You take 2 out of 3 against Tennessee. You got Southeastern tomorrow night, and then a tough series on the road in College Station against Texas A&M. All right, we're going to take a timeout. We get back. The New Orleans Saints had an NFL draft over the weekend. We're breaking it all down next here on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
Go to Pelican Roofing, pelicanroof.com. PelicanRoof.com is a website where you get in touch with South Louisiana's most trusted roofing experts. Okay, the guys that have over 500. I almost threw up 500 5-star reviews. I almost threw up a brand new freaking roof at a very affordable price with a great process from answering the phone to even the dedicated project manager on every single site to the cleanup. Because that's the attention to detail, the focus on your job that you get when you work with Pelican Roof.
Go to pelicanroof.com today, and you can see those reviews that we talk about. Over 500 5-star reviews. You can get everything scheduled. You can see some of the projects they've done in the Lafayette area, in the Baton Rouge area. Remember, they are in both communities, offices in both locations, Lafayette and Baton Rouge. Go to the website today, pelicanroof.com.
Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the 2025 Jeep Compass Sport for only $23,995. $23,995 or 2025 Jeep Compass with a complimentary 7-year powertrain warranty that comes with all new Bayou Automotive vehicles. If you need sales or service, the crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
You work hard every day to pursue a life you love. You put in the time, and it shows. You're forging ahead, chasing a dream. creating something better for the ones you love. You're building your own life, so why not build your own tractor? With John Deere tractors and attachments for almost any need, the Sunshine team can help you do just that. Check out our current promotions and learn more about what it means to be powered by Sunshine at sunequip.com.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime during this challenging event. And we're right there with you. Our mobile banking app is a smart way.
Welcome back to the best morning sports show around. Sorta. It's Off the Bench with Hester and T-Bob.
Welcome back in. Monday edition of Off the Bench. It's not Hester and T-Bob today. It's Taylor and Musso here with you for the next few hours or so. The New Orleans Saints wrapped up their 2025 draft on Saturday. Look, we talked about Kelvin Banks on Friday, the first-round pick. They took him 9 overall, the left tackle out of Texas. I guess everyone's kind of thoughts on that was it wasn't a sexy pick, but it's one that needed to happen, right? He played over 2,700 snaps at left tackle, gave up 5 sacks in 3 years. He also has a little bit of versatility. That helps you a lot with Taliesin Fuaga, right? When Fuaga came in, you knew he could play left tackle, right tackle. He could play guard if you needed, which is good because you need help everywhere on the offensive line. Really, you got 2 tackles and you got a center. I still think you need help at guard, but they went a long way into shoring up that Saints offensive line. Moose, the talk of today is obviously going to center around the Saints' second-round draft pick, where they took Tyler Shuck, 40 overall. This is one where people have a lot of mixed feelings about. Look, he was a late riser this year. Every year in the draft, there is a quarterback or any other position that teams fall in love with. He rises up draft boards. Tyler Shuck was that guy this year. He was productive his final season in college. Now, he had multiple injuries, but 2 of them were a broken collarbone on a non-throwing shoulder. He's bounced back from that. He's 26 years old, and a lot of people have cautioned on that. But my thought is, look, if this is a guy that you think could be your potential franchise quarterback for the next 10 years, that puts him at only 36 years old. Like, I don't really care about age as much with quarterbacks as I do other positions. Can he start right away is the thing that everybody's looking at. What were your thoughts on the pick of Tyler Shuck?
I mean, I liked it. I think we all expected him to take a quarterback, in this draft. And look, you mentioned late riser. And you're right. There are always, it's easy to kind of see why he was one. I mean, the size stands out.
6'5", 220.
6'5", 220. He's got a massive arm. The thing that's going to be interesting with him, though, is while, yes, he's very productive, the decision-making, he kind of knows he has a massive arm and tries to show that off sometimes. So that's going to be something that, but, the Saints have to work with. But you can coach that. Like, you can coach better decision-making. I would trust a guy like Kellen Moore to do that. What I'm really interested in, though, Taylor, is if they do believe he is their franchise quarterback. I'm not sold on that yet. I like the pick. I like the player. The injuries concern me more than the age. But I think when you combine both of them, that's where it can kind of become the overall concern for him. This is a guy who's, especially going into an organization like the Saints, who the last 2 years have just been a mash unit. But so that part does bother me, and I think when you combine them, it becomes a much bigger concern. But as far as on the field, everything's there that you want from arm strength, and he's got a little bit of athleticism in there as well for a big guy. So, I like the pick. I don't know if they believe he's their franchise quarterback. Jury's still out for that on me because you're going to have a really good quarterback class next season, and it wouldn't surprise me, given the Derek Carr situation, which you've seen from Spencer Rattler, if Tyler Shuck gets run this season for the New Orleans Saints and you get a little bit of an eval, and with a better quarterback class next year, you could see them right back in the market in 2026.
Well, so that's the thing. Like, whether they believe he's their franchise quarterback or not, he's going to get a shot to go in there and start. This is a wide-open quarterback room, especially with the Carr injury. A few things that people have kind of pointed out about Tyler Shuck. They're like, okay, well, Louisville lost a bunch of games they shouldn't have. Not really. 3 of the 4 games they lost were to ranked teams, 2 of them playoff teams, SMU and Clemson. Look, in those four games that they lost, 10 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. So it wasn't like he was bad in any of those games. And to your point about the size and everything, he has everything you would want. And people want to mention, okay, the injuries. He's been in college for a number of years. Played in 3 different programs, whether it was Oregon, Texas Tech, or Louisville. He's going to have to learn an offense here quickly in New Orleans. He played in a lot of different offenses in college. I imagine that's something that's actually going to help him. So, look, we'll see with Tyler Shuck. That's obviously going to be a point of conversation on this station right here all day long. As far as the draft as a whole, before we go to break, we do have to get to Ross Jackson at 7:30. Maybe favorite pick, best value pick in the draft. Where do you kind of sit on that?
Man, I love the Danny Stutzman pick.
Yeah.
I really, really do. First of all, you talk about a guy, veteran, who's played a lot of football, like a lot of experience. Guy started 13 games in 2022, 12 in 2023, 12 more again in 2024. So he's very durable as well. Not just the experience, but very durable. 3 straight 100 tackle seasons, an All-American, can run sideline to sideline. He's just a football player. He's a football player. He's a football guy is who Danny Stutzman is, and I love bringing him in. He can learn behind Demario Davis for a minute or two, and really, I think he can push for playing time as well in the rotation with the Saints linebackers. That feels like, when you think value, Danny Stutzman kind of screams value to me later in the draft. So, if a guy's got a motor and he can go out there and make tackles and he's not afraid to make tackles, he can play for me any day of the week, and that's Danny Stutzman.
Well, he's also 6'4", 235 pounds.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
That's not going to hurt. Well, and also, look, we talk about, okay, well, Demario Davis is getting up there in age. Yeah, but he's still a really productive player. Danny Stutzman has a chance to learn right next to a guy like a Demario Davis who has been that consummate professional. He can kind of teach him the way, and Stutzman can take over that spot as soon as Demario Davis decides that he's hanging it up. I love the Stutzman pick as well. The one for me, though, is going to be Devin Neal, the running back you took in round 6 out of Kansas. You and I were talking about this the other day in the hallway of how deep the running back class was in this 2025 NFL draft, and I think you saw that. A lot of running backs went off the board. Look, he started 12 games last year, almost 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns. But here's the thing. The all-time leading rusher at Kansas in rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, and career 100-yard games. He was phenomenal. 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons. That's the first time that was done in program history. Against everyone's favorite team, the Colorado Buffaloes, he had 207 yards and 3 touchdowns. He was good whenever they needed it. This was a team that had a lot of talent, but Jalen Daniels got injured a lot. They had to rely on that running game, and Devin Neal stepped up time and time again. Look, whether it's Devin Neal, Danny Stutzman, Jonas Sanker, the safety out of Virginia,
like that one too.
Solid pick. Vernon Broughton, you and I were talking about him, the D lineman out of Texas, 6'5", 315 pounds, right there in the middle. We've obviously talked about Tyler Shuck. There's a lot to go around. What I like about this class is it wasn't necessarily a flashy one, but you, outside of wide receiver, you fit every one of your needs. You had so many needs, and you pretty much drafted a player at every one of those positions of need. All right, we're going to take a timeout. When we get back, Ross Jackson's going to hop on with us. He nailed that Kelvin Banks pick as far as the Saints' first-round pick at number 9. We're going to get his thoughts on the class as a whole. That's coming up here on the other side on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
If your car dies in the interstate when you're having a panic attack, you think you're dying, and you're on the way to the hospital, chances are you need a new car. So you should go to All-Star Toyota of Baton Rouge. Located off Airline in Goodwood, whether you're looking for a new, used, you want to lease potentially, it's all there at All-Star. And they've got the best prices, best selection. You go to the website, you can check out the deals, or just go see them, start to work with the sales staff, okay? Because the people are what separates the culture. Over there's the absolute best. Remember, we got our buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1 deal going down right now. Go to All-Star Toyota Baton Rouge, allstartoyotabatonrouge.com.
Yeah, when you go to the website, see what they've got available for you, and that is buying new, that's leasing, and that is renting. And we tell you every day because I find it like it's one of the best things out there that whatever you buy new, you can lease and you can rent. It's just not going to be found anywhere else. Like you're going to get like one option in other places. Everything's available in the rental process over at All-Star. Go to the website today, allstartoyotabatonrouge.com.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar, but instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support.
Welcome back to more sports talk with some other stuff mixed in. Off the Bench with Hester and T-Bob.
Welcome back in a Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you. Matthew Musso in the host chair as well. Alondra Villarreal, Cassie Spazzali, we are hanging out with you today. Go out to the phone lines right now. Ross Jackson hopping on. You'll hear him locked on Saints, LouisianaSports.net. He is all over the place. Ross, how are you today?
Hey, buddy, I'm doing great, man. Thanks so much for having me on. Hope you're having a good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're all a bit under the weather, Ross, but we are powering through it. I want to congratulate you. You nailed the Kelvin Banks pick at number 9 overall. You put out that mock draft. You know, it was about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, Ross has Kelvin Banks number 9. I hadn't seen that a ton, and then boom, they pick it. Like, maybe what ultimately led you to that decision?
Well, I think some of it is good information. And, I'll give credit where credit's due. I think the other part of it is kind of following the breadcrumbs of what it is that Kellen Moore has effectively been saying. Really, since before he was the New Orleans Saints head coach, we go all the way back to where, when I was following him around all Super Bowl week and everything, and he talked a lot about, if it were his choice, he'd throw, 50-something times a game and all that, but, the game is won in the trenches. And all of a sudden the conversation turned into, building from the inside out and winning the game at the line of scrimmage and all these other things. And so the last kind of piece of it was during that Mickey Loomis presser on Wednesday when Mickey Loomis was talking about how the Saints wanted to make sure that with a top 10 selection, that they're not necessarily drafting, I'm paraphrasing, but that they're not necessarily looking to draft a, project. They're looking to draft somebody that's ready, somebody that's going to contribute for 8, 9, 10 years, is kind of what he talked about. And just kind of following the breadcrumbs from that, and then some good information in terms of, the prospects that were the right prospects. Kelvin Banks just felt like the right guy from where things were going, and turns out that's where the Saints ended up going.
As far as the pick that everyone's going to be talking about is Tyler Shuck in the second round, the quarterback. Everyone was waiting for the Saints to make a move at that position. What are your expectations for Shuck year 1 in New Orleans?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he starts in 2025. I think he's Kellen Moore's guy. I think he's the player that, you don't invest that highly. I guess there's 3 elements to it, right? He's the highest a quarterback has ever been drafted since 1970. 1970s when they drafted Archie Manning. He's the highest drafted quarterback in the Mickey Loomis era, and this is the first time, whether it be Haslett, whether it be Peyton, whether it be Dennis Allen, that this is the first time that a head coach under Mickey Loomis has gone out and drafted his quarterback, right? And so I think all of that just kind of points to why wait? It doesn't feel like things with Derek Carr are headed towards any, position of resolution that results in him being a New Orleans Saint in 2025, or at least on the field in 2025. And so with that, I feel like you're probably not going to ask the 26-year-old rookie to wait very long, right? I think you're going to end up turning things over to him, and there's a good chance that happens here in 2025.
Ross, how does he fit in Kellen Moore's offense? I mean, we hear so much about Moore. I mean, look, he's played kind of with a couple different types of quarterback, whether it be in Dallas or San Diego, Los Angeles or Philly. Mm-hmm. How does Shuck kind of fit into what Moore wants to do? Why is he his guy?
Yeah, I think the thing that's always really interesting about the Kellen Moore offense is how much it changes to fit the talent. And so I think it's more so that Kellen Moore must have seen something that he believed in when it came to Tyler Shuck as a quarterback, and then understands that he can build around that. I guess I'm not too crazy in saying that Shuck is a little bit more of the Justin Herbert / Dak Prescott mold, in that he's not, as mobile and not as much of a dual threat as Jalen Hurts is, but he's a lot more mobile than he's given credit for, kind of like Dak Prescott and Justin Herbert. So I guess maybe he fits in the offenses in the way that those guys fit. But I think the biggest thing when I asked Kellen Moore after night 2 in his post-draft press conference about what it is that stood out to him about Tyler Shuck that maybe we don't, isn't so easy to spot in terms of the physical traits and things like that. One of the things that he talked about was his pre-snap mind, right? His ability to make checks, get in and out of plays, make adjustments at the line of scrimmage, and read defenses. And so I think that's really the thing that maybe fits best in Kellen Moore's offense, because when you have a quarterback that can do that and that you trust to do that, and Kellen Moore wants that to be a part of his offense, it opens up the playbook entirely for you in terms of being able to have multiple calls at the line of scrimmage, being able to make these adjustments and things like that. I think that's the way that he fits, is that he allows Kellen Moore's offense to be both balanced and versatile at the same time based on what he can do before the snap. I think the big arm helps. I think the 4.63 40 speed helps too. You can run the play action. You can run the RPOs with him, all those other things. I think he just kind of opens up the possibilities for Kellen Moore if I'm trying to look at it through Kellen Moore's lens.
Ross, another guy I'd love a take on from you would be the safety, Jonas Sanker, because I look at this and I go, okay, man, that feels like a really good pick. And then when I look at kind of the success the Saints have had on day 2 and even later drafting safeties under Mickey Loomis, whether it be C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Marcus Williams, even Von Bell, it seems like they have a pretty good eye for those guys later in the draft. And Sanker looks like he could just be next in line.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, look, the Saints going into this draft had used 6 day 2 selections in the last 10 years on defensive backs in day 2. And, now you can make it 7 of 11, right? I mean, they followed their trend on both sides. They went trenches day 1. They went to the secondary in day 2 at some point. And I think that what Sanker does is that he gives you a really, really outstanding safety that can play close to the line of scrimmage. The Saints kind of did this thing with Tyrann Mathieu over the course of the past couple of years that I don't think did Mathieu much justice, and they kept playing him super close to the line of scrimmage, which I don't think is the worst place for him, but I do think that he's better prowling the middle of the field, kind of freelancing a little bit, like let the veteran be the veteran, let him go out there and do what it is that he does. And I think that what Sanker gives you is a player that you can immediately plug into a role of like a traditional strong safety, kind of like what they started to do with Will Harris before the injuries kind of got in the way for what his season turned into in 2025, the hamstring injury. And so I think that that's where Sanker ends up helping you. He's a solid tackler, really good instinctive player, understands run fits and how to get involved in the run game. Not the deep coverage safety guy, but somebody that maybe can develop in that area a little bit. But I like the fact that he's the guy that can play closer down to the line of scrimmage so that you can utilize guys like Tyrann Mathieu and or Justin Reed in sort of those deep safety situations.
Ross, going back to the offense a little bit, last segment we were talking about our favorite picks in the draft or really good value picks. A guy I look at is, in the 6th round, you grab running back Devin Neal out of Kansas. And then when you look at this running back room, I mean, you have Kamara, you have Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You don't really know what you're going to get out of Kendre Miller. He's been injured. Like, Devin Neal has a shot to potentially come in and get you some significant snaps. What are your thoughts on that pick?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's important that this coaching staff, just like they went out and got their quarterback, went out and got a hand-picked running back, right? Doesn't necessarily saddle them with this running back for the future being a 6th-round selection, but it is something that you look at and you go, okay, well, this is the evaluation of this coaching staff that added them. And so I think that that's what a lot of this draft class was. I mean, they hit almost every position group outside of maybe one of the position groups they needed to hit most. But they ended up hitting almost every position group. And it kind of shows you a little bit of kind of the quiet rebuild that this draft class represents, even though the Saints would never say that way. I'm saying it that way. But I think Devin Neal represents a part of that. He's a guy that comes in and effectively gives you like your staff's selection at a really important position. And somebody that's been hyper productive too. I mean, he led Kansas in rushing touchdowns, rushing yards, and 100 plus rushing yard games. Had over 1,000 yards in each of the last 3 seasons, 16 rushing touchdowns in the last 2 seasons. Just in each of the last 2 seasons. I mean, just an incredible, highly productive player, despite only carrying the ball 190 times per season. Still has a lot of tread on the tires, despite all of that production that he's done, over 4,300 rushing yards in his career. And he's been durable, I think, is the other thing. And that's another trend throughout this draft class, guys, is 9 for 9. Every single one of these players has at least 40 games of college experience. 8 for 9, not a single one ended up missing more than 4 games in a season, Tyler Shuck being the only example. These guys are durable, and these guys are experienced, and I think Devin Neal is the perfect fit of that for a running back in this class as well.
Ross, I actually can't believe it took me, especially this long, to ask you this. How shocked are you that they made all 9 picks? I mean, did they lock Mickey Loomis in a broom closet and take his phone away? What is going on?
Mickey talked about that after the draft too, and he was like, "Look, we talked about it, okay, but we just didn't do it." And actually, I think it was the right thing. I think that's what they needed to do. This is the first time that they've made that many selections, 9 selections, since 2015. Now, to be honest, the 2015 draft wasn't great, so you're hoping for a better result from this one. But I do think that was necessary. I think that was a situation for New Orleans, or this draft rather was a situation for New Orleans that they needed to go in there and try to address every position. They needed to go in there and maximize all of their selections so that the quarterback pick made sense, right? If you traded 3 or 4 of those picks to go and take the quarterback, then all of a sudden you're in a very different situation. The other thing that I really liked about it is that they just kind of sat back and let the draft come to them. They didn't make moves, and they not only made every selection in this year, but they maintained all the selections for 2026 that they walked into the draft with. And I think that was really important for them too. So another acknowledgement that, I think that they understand kind of what this draft class is a part of for the future of this team.
Ross, real quick before we get you out of here, kind of what grade do you give this draft class as a whole?
I'm going to be honest. I'm terrible with draft grades.
Yeah.
So I always kind of default to this. So I'm telling on myself before I make a pick. I'm going to say it's a C draft class.
Okay.
And the reason why I say it's a C draft class is because the position at which you took the biggest risk is the biggest position on the field. That's quarterback, right? So I think we have to acknowledge that. And that's going to be, and with every draft class in which you take a quarterback in the top 50, your entire draft class is going to be success or failure based upon what happens with that quarterback. And so I think everything ends up hinging on Tyler Shuck, but I like a lot of the other selections. Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. Quincy Riley, that's a starter quality cornerback, out of Louisville that you got in day 3. Fadil Diggs being drafted at the very end of this draft is somebody that can absolutely be a situational pass rusher for you and fits Brandon Staley's defensive mold so well. So I like all of those things, but I think the biggest risk happening at the biggest position just kind of knocks it down to average for me, and then we got to see how the rest of it all plays out.
Ross Jackson, host of Locked On Saints. You can also hear his stuff and see a lot of his stuff at LouisianaSports.net. Ross, thanks for hopping on with us this morning.
Thank you, guys. You take care. Stay safe. I'll talk to you soon.
Later, Ross.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We get back. We're wrapping up hour number 1 of Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
Go to centralplumbing.org. Centralplumbing.org, baby. 925-8552. Central Plumbing is your one-stop plumbing shop and has been for damn near 50 years. And when you look at that timeline, it tells you a few things. First off, the only way you keep your doors open that long and you continue to grow over that time period is if your customers are consistently satisfied with the customer experience. And this is everything from the pricing to the service to the quality of the work. And they want, why not, right? Licensed, bond insured employees, flat rate pricing, 24/7 emergency service, great warranty once the work is done. It also tells you that they've seen it all, they can fix it all. Go to centralplumbing.org.
Go to the website today and see what they can do for you. Remodels. Go tankless with the tankless water heater. Never run out of hot water again, but you always know 24/7, 365, weekends, holidays, game day, they will be there. 225-925-8552.
At Atmos Energy, our smart choice solutions help customers save energy and emissions with rebates up to $500 off high-efficiency natural gas appliances, smart thermostats, and weatherization upgrades. Together, we're fueling our energy future.
Bayou Ford is taking 15 to 20% off all new 2024 models in stock. 15 to 20% off all new 2024 Ford models on our lot. Plus the complimentary 7-year powertrain warranty that comes with all new Bayou Automotive vehicles. If you need sales or service, the crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. Whole team on wild.
Looking for the ultimate game day experience? Come to the Queen Casino in Baton Rouge. Savor game day platters and snacks, plus drink specials at 1717 Kitchen and Cocktail. So come out for game day and let our team make you the MVP. The Queen Casino, where every moment is a win.
Bayou Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the 2025 Jeep Compass Sport for only $23,995. $23,995 or 2025 Jeep Compass with a complimentary 7-year powertrain warranty that comes with all new Bayou Automotive vehicles. If you need sales or service, the crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Welcome to the 7th ranked morning sports show in America. Off the bench with Hester and T-Bob.
Bad news, guys. Got a mad wife. We got the text this morning. Taylor, you did this to me. I have a sore throat, headache, fever, body aches, which is exactly my symptoms the entire weekend and actually somewhat currently. Look, guys, Saturday I was in bad shape. I was like calling up Guarantee to figure out if my life insurance policy was up to date. I mean, we were in bad shape, and now like it's my fault that Victoria got sick. But like, I guess like my thought is like,
Bro,
okay,
men can't ever be sick.
but like my thought is like,
Men cannot ever be sick.
if I don't miss a ton of work. In fairness,
but y'all are dramatic as hell.
Oh, I am the worst patient.
Are you
ever?
God, I can imagine.
I'm usually okay.
Not fun to take care of.
The argument that me and Victoria have had is she's like, well, next time you have to tell me when you're feeling sick. And my like response to that is like, okay, but like, what's that actually going to do? How is that going to help you? Like, we live together. So it's like, what's actually going to, but look, whatever, we'll see. It's not been a good day at work. Probably will not be good when we go home either. Speaking of spouses that are not happy, Alondra, you put a Bill Belichick link in there. What is this? You wanted us a blind reaction.
I'm just perplexed by this
Okay.
whole situation. It's just a little weird to me. Just to preface this with, I don't know if y'all remember, but like a couple weeks ago, we talked about this beforehand, but a couple weeks ago, there was a video that was also going around of them at a UNC practice, and she's just like out on the field doing stuff, like acting like she's part of the staff, which maybe she is, but I don't know. So I came across this extremely awkward interview that Bill Belichick had with, I don't know what this is. I don't know who. Sunday morning. CBS Sunday morning? I don't know. So very awkward. And then they asked this question. It just like, I don't know. Here, y'all just watch this.
Jordan, right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on. Though Hudson has recently posted about it.
The interview goes on, and it just gets more awkward and more awkward, and Bill Belichick seems so uncomfortable. But yeah, I don't know. That was just Moose.
I mean, what?
I had seen a little bit of it. This is your first time.
Thing led to you meeting that you just don't want to talk about?
Well, didn't they meet on a plane?
I have no idea.
Quote unquote, like that's what the
Unless they
story.
didn't.
Yeah, that's the
Unless
story.
they did.
That
Because like meeting on a plane seems innocent enough.
Right.
But like,
Remember
well,
he like signed her book and they talked about how she was a
yeah,
cheerleader.
yeah, yeah.
and,
There you
like,
go.
Well, also
Then
he's
just say that.
wearing a Navy sweatshirt, which literally looks like it is from World War II.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Might
has
be.
multiple holes in it. But that's
Like the Navy
Belichick's
As I say,
style.
that's just Bill.
sweatshirt.
Yeah, that's
that
Belichick's
tracks.
style.
Yeah.
But the whole
I don't know about the whole.
we're not talking
That
about
tracks.
this type of thing. Like, listen, Bill Belichick's the main character in this, Jordan. Like, no offense.
Right.
Like, Belichick is one of the greatest of all time. You just happen to be his girlfriend at the moment. Like, let's not act like Musso, you were talking about like it's not Hard Knocks, but it's like the college edition, and it's following. She's
Yeah.
like the executive producer
She's
of this.
something. I mean, don't quote me on executive producer. I don't know what it is. She's got some type of role in the film, though.
Do we think Bill Belichick was on Tinder?
I don't know if he was.
Former
Who
head
cares? I mean, like,
No, I mean, who cares? But it just would be so
I don't
funny if
understand.
you were like swiping on Tinder and Bill Belichick
just
came
Bill's
up.
there.
Even-
It's just
even-
him.
even
I would think it was a
smug
catfish.
in a cut off sweatshirt.
You know what I mean? They're like, even that, like, a lot of people are on Tinder. Like, how bad could it have possibly? Now I'm curious as to how the hell they met, because, like, what could be so bad that you don't want
Right.
to talk about it?
What do we think Bill Belichick's Tinder photo would be? Like, would it just be him
Just a
like
sideline
like
pic?
smug,
It's
or
no,
would
it's
it be
just-
one of his with all his rings on, like
Oh, yeah.
really
Yeah.
flex?
That's a good one, yeah.
Like that'd be cool.
All right, look, we'll continue to debate that during break. Coming up in hour number 2, we're going to give you our draft winners and losers, and we got a little LSU football news. They add a player out of the transfer portal. That's coming up in hour number 2 of Off the Bench.
Off the bench.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
The Windsor Senior Living Community in Mandeville, Louisiana is a beautiful, vibrant apartment community geared towards seniors. They are nestled right in the heart of Mandeville, where seniors live a more carefree lifestyle in spacious apartments with the peace of mind that comes from having a little extra help. Call the Windsor at 985-624-8040 to schedule a lunch and tour. Come see how the Windsor can be your passport to peace of mind.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
Man, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar, but instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Huh. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Let's go, baby, let's go! All-Star Toyota presents Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Yeah!
Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Hey, they said I gotta come off the bench.
Now, here's Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Welcome in hour number 2, Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you alongside Matthew Musso, Alondra Villarreal, Cassie Spazzali. A full studio here on this Monday morning. We were baseball heavy in hour number 1. We also had Ross Jackson on recapping the New Orleans Saints draft. Right now, I want to continue our discussion on the NFL draft, but want to kind of look at it outside the New Orleans Saints as far as like a winners and losers, because there were certainly some teams that made some moves. We talked about it with Ross of how smart it was for the Saints to stay put, make all 9 of their draft picks, very unlike Mickey Loomis, but it apparently worked out for him. At least it appears to as of right now. But a couple teams that were on the move, and I think we're actually winners in this draft. I never thought I would say this. Mel Kiper would pat me on the back for this. I think the Cleveland Browns were one of the winners of this NFL draft. Again, I never thought I'd say it, but they got a haul for that second pick. So it really started on Thursday night. Now they pick swapped with the Jags, so they got 5. The Jags got 2. They got a 3rd-round pick and the Jacksonville Jaguars' 1st-round pick for next year. And they still ended up drafting Mason Graham, who a lot of people thought could have been the best defensive player in this draft. They needed help on the defensive line. A lot of people thought they might go Abdul Carter. Like, that was a really good move to me. Also, when I first looked at it, so look, they're the ones that finally drafted Shador Sanders in round 5. Hooray for them. They drafted Dylan Gabriel in round 4. When I initially looked at him, like, you drafted back-to-back quarterbacks, like, that's such a Cleveland Browns thing to do. However, I actually like it. It gives you some options. Gabriel and Shador Sanders, 2 very different quarterbacks. You also have Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. I think we can close the book on Deshaun Watson, but he's technically still on the roster. So, look, you have an aging veteran in Joe Flacco. You have Kenny Pickett, who's got a little bit of mobility. He's been in the league for a few years. You got Shador Sanders, who's your typical pocket passer, and then Dylan Gabriel, who can run and is very mobile. That gives you options. Depending on what kind of scheme you want to run, you have basically 4 different styles of quarterbacks for whatever you want to do, and 2 really talented young players in Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders. Also, you needed running back help in a big way. What did they do? They grabbed Quinshon Judkins in round 2 and Dylan Sampson in round 4. Either one of those guys could start right away. No longer with Nick Chubb. They essentially have Jerome Ford on their roster and nobody else. They needed help in the running game. We know that Kevin Stefanski, kind of a run-first offensive scheme. And at tight end, Harold Fannin Jr., which was actually the Triple Crown winner in college football in terms of tight ends. He led all tight ends in receptions, yards, and touchdowns. That's a pretty complete draft for the Browns, Moose. Like, I never thought I would say this, but I thought they actually did a really good job.
Yeah, I have full confidence in them to turn it into wins on the field, too.
Well, that's a different story.
You bring up an interesting thing with the quarterback room, though, because, I mean, that's going to be one of the more interesting storylines to watch all throughout the summer and into training camps. I mean, they're not going to carry 4 quarterbacks into the regular season.
Well, and it also is, what are they going to do with Deshaun? Because if Deshaun's still on the roster, like, I'd cut him. They still owe him a lot of money, but, like, if they want to keep him on, possibly 2 of those 4 quarterbacks are gone.
So, because that's going to be the interesting thing. They stocked up there. And I mean, the Dylan Gabriel pick is interesting.
Yeah, especially if they want to run the ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, he fits more of what you're seeing in today's NFL at quarterback where they want that mobility. They want that, the quarterback to be a part of not just mobility, to be a part of the run game, whether it's, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, and Kyler Murray can do that a little bit for you as well. So that pick's interesting. I mean, I think they crushed the running back. That's the best running back draft in the
Judkins and Sampson.
Of the weekend. Yeah.
There were people that were arguing like, are those some of the best running backs in the draft? You got them both.
You got them both. And late. I mean, round 2 for Judkins, but round 4 for Sampson. Who was the SEC Player of the Year?
I don't know why he was so underrated coming into this draft. I mean, it's not like
Dutchtown. Shout out Dutchtown.
Yeah, it's not like he's undersized or anything. But like, if you told me you had 2 4th-round picks, you got Dylan Sampson and Dylan Gabriel, like that's pretty good value there in the 4th round.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fantastic. I mean, look, we've seen great running game from the Browns in the past. I think that just continues. It was a really, really good draft for them. And, now how many names does our guy with the quarterback jersey add to the back of it? Or has that thing kind of just morphed into a dress yet?
Kind of, yeah. Because I think he ran out of room this year. I don't remember who the quarterback was. It may have been Bailey Zappi. I think he ran out of room this year with all the different starting quarterbacks. So he's going to have to maybe make a trench coat out of it or something. Look, to your point, yes, Cleveland had a good draft. Are they going to turn it into wins on the field? Probably not, because they're the Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
They'll probably wind up, like, knowing them, they'll be like, we're going to cut Shador and Dylan Gabriel and just roll with the veterans, and then they're all going to get injured. I mean, that's just who the Cleveland Browns are. My second winner is the San Francisco 49ers, strictly due to the fact that they had 11 draft picks in total, and they used all of them. This is big for them because they lost essentially their entire defense. So what did they do? Their first 5 picks in the draft, all defensive players. They did a really nice job there. And then in round 5, you get Jordan James, the running back out of Oregon. He's been a really good player, an underrated player in college. If you remember 2 years ago, he was kind of that 1-2 punch with Bucky Irving, so he kind of got lost in the shuffle. But this past year, I mean, he was the bell cow back in one of the highest scoring offenses in the country. He was a really good player. I mean, he's 5'11", he's 210 pounds. He can do a little bit of everything for you. Like, the Christian McCaffrey injuries are a real thing right now. We don't know what his future in the NFL looks like. Kyle Shanahan loves to run the football. I think Jordan James could potentially be that guy for him. I really like what the 49ers did.
I like the pick of Nick Martin in the 3rd round. That's a guy that the Saints did plenty of work on as well out of Oklahoma State, and looks like one of those kind of linebackers you're going to find later in the draft and look up, and he's going to be a Pro Bowl type player potentially. I like that pick as well. Obviously, I like the Mykel Williams pick in the 1st round for them at 11. That a lot of potential. I know on AFR we kind of comped him a little bit to like Danielle Hunter in a sense, where man, he looks the part and the production maybe wasn't there. There were some injuries and stuff in college, but if you get him right, you get him healthy. That's a guy who can wreck the game. So yeah, defense was absolutely huge for them, and I mean, they addressed it. They definitely addressed. They addressed the line. They addressed every level too. Yeah, you addressed the line with 3 picks on the line, a linebacker, and then a cornerback as well. So, we'll see how the Niners go, man. That's what they've kind of been known for over the last few years. And during this run under Shanahan, oddly enough, hadn't been the offense. It's been just the stout, nasty, hit you in the mouth defense.
Yeah. All right, look, we've been a little too nice. That was our winners. Let's get into the losers. And I was telling Musso this during break. This was not planned. I did not mean to pick on the NFC South, but it turns out my 2 biggest losers of the NFL draft, good news for Saints fans, are in the NFC South. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Atlanta Falcons.
Falcons are always losers if we're being honest. The Falcons are always losers.
You're right. You're right. The empty Super Bowl case, it shows that. But look, we'll start with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As far as your 1st round pick goes, everyone knew that Tampa's biggest need was on defense. Because if you go look at offensive rankings, they were top 5 in the NFL in passing and rushing offense, and they were one of the bottom 5 defenses in the NFL. And what do you do with your 1st round pick? You draft Emeka Egbuka. Not only do I think there were better receivers available, but you have Mike Evans. You just re-signed Chris Godwin. Jalen McMillan was really good for you last year as a rookie when both of those guys went down. And you draft Emeka Egbuka. I mean, that's fine. Like, he's a good player, but where does he fit in your offense? Now, this is not Egbuka's fault, but my point has always been he'd never been a 1 in college. He'd always been behind Marvin Harrison, Chris Olave, then Jeremiah Smith. Now, look, Brian Thomas had never been a 1 in college, and he turned out to be excellent as a rookie. But I just look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They needed a lot more help than wide receiver. They went luxury pick in the 1st round when you had obvious needs. Now, their next two picks were corners. They go Benjamin Morrison and Jacob Parrish, a cornerback duo. Like, that's fine, but you could have got a premier defensive player in the first round. And then late, you take another wide receiver in Tez Johnson. He was undersized, not sure how much he can play this season. Like, you had a lot more needs on defense, and you went value pick at wide receiver twice. You went luxury pick when you had a lot of needs. I thought they should have went somewhere else outside of Igbokwe first round.
That was a little surprising. Now, I will say this, from a Saints perspective, I'm not excited about them having to face him now every year as well, twice with the rest of those receivers that you just, rattled off. The edge picks that they picked up as well later in the draft, see what kind of value they can get there. I mean, here's the thing I have with the Bucs, though, is like, man, the NFC South is no prize. I get it. It's a really bad division.
They just kind of own it, though, man.
It's arguably the worst division in football. And, yeah, they just kind of own it. So it's like, man, the moves look head-scratching, but they just keep winning the division and making playoffs. So, maybe they know what they're doing a little bit over there. Again, it's a horrible division, and if they were in any other division, they probably would finish last. But for where they are right now, it's interesting. Some head-scratching moves for sure, but hard to argue with the results that have been happening on the field.
Well, and not only that, sure, is Michael Penix the answer in Atlanta? We don't know. So right now, Tampa Bay is the only team that does not have a question at quarterback.
Yeah.
We don't really know what Bryce Young is going to do. I don't think he's a long-term answer. He looked better. Can he build on that? Can Michael Penix Jr. be the full-time starter? We know the Saints are in quarterback hell right now. You don't know what Carr is going to do. Is Tyler Shuck going to have to start year one? I mean, you could say what you want about Baker Mayfield, but that's the only quarterback in that division right now that is a legitimate starting quarterback that you know for sure is the franchise guy at that team. That helps you a lot as well. But my second loser, it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. Look, you drafted Jalen Walker in the first round. I don't hate it. This was a pick based on potential, but where does he kind of fit? I look at Jalen Walker and I'm like, can he play inside? Do you need him on the edge? Where can you play him? The good news is he's an athletic guy. I'm okay with that pick. But you give up a future first-round pick to trade back up into the first round to take another edge rusher in James Pierce. Let's say you want to play Jalen Walker on the edge. Okay, you get two edge rushers. That's fine. You needed help pass rushing. But to give up a future first-round pick to take another outside linebacker when you just drafted Jalen Walker, I think that's a lot to give up in that situation. It's nothing against James Pierce. I don't know if I would have given up a future first for that. Also, you drafted two safeties in this class. You already have Jesse Bates on the roster. You had two more with them, but you needed depth on the interior. You didn't grab that. You grabbed two safeties. One of them is going to be a rotational piece with Jesse Bates there. I mean, a lot of talent in that room, certainly. I'm not saying they grab guys that are going to be bust. It's just I don't know about the fits with them in Atlanta.
I like the two edge rusher picks.
You do?
I do.
Do you like giving up a first, though, for Pierce, trading back up?
No, I wouldn't say I like giving a first up, but, I mean, look, you have Leonard Floyd under contract for one more year if you're Atlanta, and he's going into his 11th year in the NFL. That's a veteran. It's time to start looking toward your future. I think Jalen Walker has obviously a very bright future, and I really, really like James Pierce. I mean, that's a guy, you kind of mentioned versatility, things of that nature, athleticism for sure. James Pierce, so I don't know if I would have given up a first-round pick, but it's definitely a spot that they thought they needed to address because, I mean, if you look at that spot for them a year ago, Leonard Floyd had 8.5 sacks, but outside of that at defensive end, I mean, look, you got two young players in Harrison and London, and then Morgan Fox as well. Looking at their defensive roster a year ago, he had 3.5 sacks. The guy eighth year in his league. So I think they definitely addressed needs there. Giving up the first-round pick to get Pierce is interesting, but they went in with a clear plan, and they got him. I think they got two really, really good players, and I'm not excited the Saints' offensive line as the blocks.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Maybe you look at it, none of these teams outside of the Bucs really have a good offensive line. The Panthers' offensive line's nothing to write home about, and you're like, hey, this is a winnable division. Let's just wreak havoc on the opposing quarterbacks, right? Let's make their life hell. If Michael Penix, we think he's going to be the guy. We can pair that with a really good defense. So, no, I certainly understand the pick. I do like the picks as well. I don't know about giving up the first rounder. That's a little rich for me, and I also just always like picking on the Atlanta Falcons. The two safeties, again,
I'm with you on that.
They're solid players, but you needed a lot more. Like, you have Jesse Bates back, and it's not like, I get it, Jesse Bates is getting older. It's not like his play's declining any. Like, I would have taken one safety and maybe went interior depth on that. But, I mean, I guess they just went pure potential there, and I understand it, but I don't know. That one was a little head-scratching to me.
Yeah, no, the safeties are definitely confusing. That one I don't necessarily understand as much. But with the edges, I'm with you there.
All right, look, we're going to take a quick timeout. That was just kind of like a draft winner and loser, what we kind of thought we liked, what we didn't like from the draft. We're going to take a timeout. When we get back, we're going to talk a little LSU football. They add a player in the transfer portal and lose a player over the weekend. We'll break that down next. You're on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
You work hard every day to pursue a life you love. You put in the time, and it shows. You're forging ahead, chasing a dream, creating something better for the ones you love. You're building your own life. So why not build your own tractor? With John Deere tractors and attachments for almost any need, the Sunshine team can help you do just that. Check out our current promotions and learn more about what it means to be powered by Sunshine at sunequip.com.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Baton Rouge's home for real rock. It's Eagle 98.1. Foo Fighters. Led Zeppelin. AC/DC. Pearl Jam. And the flagship home for LSU sports. Take us anywhere with the Eagle 98.1 app. Eagle 98.1 is the rock station.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
Back to sports talk. Maybe. Off the bench.
Welcome back in a Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you, sitting along Matthew Musso, Alondra Villarreal, Cassie Spazzali here as well. I want to talk a little LSU football, as it was announced over the weekend that LSU has lost a defensive tackle to the transfer portal, and it's someone who actually just got on campus. It's Dylan Battle. After just 4 months on campus, he has entered the transfer portal. He's a freshman early enrollee. Look, a 3-star prospect coming out of Arlington, Texas. Nice size, 6'2", 310 pounds. You have a lot of bodies at defensive tackle, just not a ton of experience. It's something we have talked about all offseason long. I think the room will be fine if Ahmad Bro and Dominic McKinley will live up to the hype. Look, outside of them, you have Jacobian Guillory, Sean Washington, Sydir Mitchell, Zion Williams, Walter Mathis are coming in. Brandon Brown's coming in the fall. It makes sense that someone transferred. I just didn't think it would be a freshman. But, we were talking about it a little bit during break, and Musso mentioned the fact that, he was big on Bo Davis. This was a Bo Davis guy, and I get it. Anytime there's turnover at the defensive tackle position, you expect one of the guys to leave. I thought that LSU had been fortunate. Up to this point, you didn't hear it. You hear it now, so it's unfortunate that you lose a Dylan Battle. However, this does come on the heels of LSU getting a commitment from South Florida defensive tackle Bernard Gooden. When you look at Gooden, 6'1", 280 pounds, played 27 games in college over the past 3 years. Last season at South Florida, by far his best. He had 35 tackles, 10 tackles for a loss, 1.5 sacks. Moose, you and I were kind of talking about it during break. Kelly, a couple weeks ago, right when spring wrapped up, said, I think we're good in the transfer portal, most likely, unless a big-time name enters or an immediate impact player enters the portal, then things will change. But on the surface, this kind of just looks like a depth piece, right? I mean, nothing about Bernard Gooden jumps out at you. He's a little bit undersized for the defensive tackle spot at 6'1", 285. He has played in a lot of games, but the production, it's been okay. What are your thoughts on this? Because my thing was, okay, maybe Kyle Williams likes the leaner defensive tackles, right? Because you saw under Bo Davis, you bring in Zion Williams. He's 330 pounds. You bring in Sydir Mitchell. He's massive. You got a lot of big body, run-stuffing guys in there. If Kyle Williams prefers maybe a leaner defensive tackle, maybe that's why they bring this guy in. But it's kind of not the name we maybe thought we would hear for LSU as far as a portal addition.
No, and I mean, look, I think he's a really good player. I mean, this guy's a top 50 player in the transfer portal. Yeah. He was the highest uncommitted player in the transfer portal that you went out and got. So, I mean, like, he is a good player. The athleticism is obviously what's going to jump off the page. I mean, I think of Blake Baker's defense, and especially even, Kyle Williams now coaching the defensive line. Havoc is going to be something huge for them. Blake Baker talked about that during the spring when he was asked about Kyle Williams, that, you watched Kyle Williams' NFL career, and, at the time when he was finally able to get in there, start being aggressive, rushing the passer, that's where he kind of exploded and became the great NFL tackle that we all saw. And that's something that he's going to bring to LSU's defense. So I think that plays into it. My thing is, though, you already kind of have a couple of those guys. I mean, Dom McKinley is extremely athletic for his size. I mean, he's over 300 pounds.
He doesn't look it, though.
No, and he's like 3'10", 315. It's also because he's like 6'5", 6'6". He's just a huge guy. But, I mean, that's a dude who had 3 sacks for you a year ago and very limited opportunity. Like, he can create that havoc for you as well. Obviously, Ahmad Bro is similar in size to a guy like Bernard Gooden. So, I mean, I think it obviously has, traits of that. But, you can look at it and go, well, it's the experience. Okay, but with that experience hasn't necessarily come a bunch of production. Maybe. I mean, it was a good season, 35 tackles, a sack and a half a year ago, and a few more pressures and 11 starts. But I don't know. When I thought they want to go out and add an experience piece, I kind of had in my mind, multi-year starter at a different school, someone who can come in and play immediately for LSU along the defensive line, and especially on the interior, much like you saw them do all throughout the fall and winter portal window, where, I mean, how many times when we come here and we talk about the latest edition, it was, this is a guy who they are bringing in to start day number 1. Like this, they are going out and getting guys who will immediately impact and change this defense. We could run through them on the offensive side as well as on the defensive side. So he doesn't scream that to me, but I think it's a really solid addition who's going to play and is going to help LSU. It's just head scratching because you definitely had depth. You were in search of experience. You got both here, but maybe not to one as far end of the spectrum as I think many of us thought they might go.
Yeah, and, the reason it's head-scratching to me, it's not what you said you were going to do in the transfer portal, right? You were like, hey, if there is a huge impact, I got to have him game-changing guy. Maybe he turns out to be this. Just on paper right now, it doesn't seem that way. But if you remember, last year, a lot of people kind of questioned, because you needed defensive tackle help even more so last year than you do this year. And a lot of people questioned when JVR Suggs was one of the first names on the board, right? He's from Grand Valley State, and he was a little undersized as well. Now, he was a little bit bigger than this, but JVR Suggs set about 6 foot, 6'1", right around 300 pounds. He was probably your best interior pass rusher a year ago as far as the defensive tackle spot goes. I mean, he helped you in a lot of different ways. Like, maybe they're trying to fill that role a little bit.
The problem with that, though, Taylor, is that was so situational with JVR Suggs.
I get it.
He was a third down guy. Like, he was in there on third down.
Maybe Bernard Gooden's a third down guy.
But is that really? But that's not what you were looking like. That's where I'm with you. Where I'm like, that's not really what it sounded like you were after. So I don't know. It's a little bit of a mixed reaction because it's not like I think Gooden's a bad player. Clearly, he's not. He's a top 50 player in the portal, and he's going to help you. It's just not really the direction I thought they would go there. Because, I think the Suggs comparison is a great one. But even he was a third down pass rusher for you.
I don't want to be negative any more than we already are, but maybe this says a lot about what they think of their interior pass rushers on their team. Maybe that's where they're at. Maybe they were like, hey, we wanted Bro and McKinley to take that next step. Because McKinley showed flashes. He was great. He wasn't an every down player. Bro, everyone thought, hey, he's going to get better. He played out of position last year. He's transferring in. He had to gain, 45 pounds just to get on the field at defensive tackle. Maybe he hasn't taken the next step you thought he would. Maybe you just need immediate help there. I hope that's not the case, but maybe that's the thought right now.
Okay, if that's the thought, then fine. That's the thing. We're sitting here talking about it. We have to let it all play out. But no, the team is in a great spot. The roster is in a great spot. Yeah. It's the best one Brian Kelly has ever had. And this does help that as well. It's just the move feels like a bit of a head scratcher because it's not necessarily where they looked like they were going there. But I'll tell you the thing that's been most impressive to me, Taylor, is the buy-in that you've seen. Because it's one thing for Brian Kelly to get on a microphone in a press conference and say, he wouldn't be surprised if nobody leaves. Because, it's like, okay, easy. Like, look at the state of college athletics that we're in. People are always going to leave, even when you don't expect it. But, if you come out of this with 3 guys entering the portal, and really, you can count it as 2 because we knew John Emery was already going in there because Brian Kelly.
Yeah, you weren't counting on him.
Kelly, 2 weeks before that happened, said, we're set at running back. That was his quote. We're set at running back. So, really, if you lose Javen Nicholas and you lose Dylan Battle, that speaks to the buy-in that is happening in that building right now, and you brought in the right guys in the portal. And I think Bernard Gooden absolutely factors into that. It's just not like if you would have told me, and again, not that his resume is bad, but if you would have told me that, okay, they're going to bring in Bernard Gooden out of the portal before everything started, I'd have been like, okay, that's just not the type of resume I thought they were looking for. Not to say he can't help the team. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
No, it's to your point. That's not even the position I really thought they were going to go because I actually kind of like the depth at defensive tackle right now. I know everybody's like, oh, you're kind of unproven there. I think there's a lot of talent in that room. Okay, for example, there's a guy in the portal right now, A.J. Halsey. He's a safety out of Houston. Everyone's after him. There are no reports that LSU is after him right now. But let me tell you what A.J. Halsey has done. First off, I think safety is the biggest question mark on your team right now. Outside of Tamarcus Cooley, I think there's a big question mark. Now, Sean Spears, he showed flashes. Javian Toviano, he's finally moving to safety full time. You still have, some young guys in that room. You have Jordan Gilbert coming back, and then C.J. Jim Coyley and Jacob Bradford are coming in the fall. A.J. Halsey, 36 games over 3 years. Look what he did last year at Houston. 74 tackles, 5 interceptions. That's a guy you add that could start right away. That's a guy, for whatever reason, has not been linked to LSU yet. Not to say that LSU's not doing work behind the scenes, but when you look, Ole Miss is on commitment watch for him. Alabama's on commitment watch for him. A lot of SEC teams. LSU's a name that hasn't been mentioned a ton. A guy like that is maybe where I thought LSU would go, not necessarily a defensive tackle. All right, look, we're going to take a timeout. When we get back, we're going to break down the LSU players in the NFL draft. A handful of them got drafted, even more so picked up as undrafted free agents. We'll break it all down next here on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
Uh-oh. Speaking of baseball, spring has sprung, baseball's in the air, and the best beer to pair with this beautiful weather we've been having and this beautiful baseball we've been witnessing is Dos Equis. So next time you're at the ballpark or you're just at home watching the game, you're getting thirsty, you're wondering what you should do, you should go for Dos. That's right, baby.
Getting good at that.
And drink some Dos Equis in hour 3 today during the Champagne Shenanigans. Come a little Dos Equis. Dos Equis. What's a D
Those
word that would be with like shenanigans?
We were just calling it Go for Dose last week.
No, I know. I was just looking for alliteration. And it doesn't matter. Look, guys, Dos Equis is delicious. Next time you get a bottle, get you a little lime, lube that neck up, sprinkle some salt, drop that lime inside, and then lick and drink to your heart's content. Go for Dos. Dos Equis. Drink responsibly.
It's not just a game, it's a religion. You've got your team color, team swag, and now your very own website, LouisianaSports.net. Everything LSU, Saints, and Pelicans. Sports on demand. In-depth coverage by sports writing pros with continuously updated news. And with the LouisianaSports.net newsletter, you get pinged directly with top trending stories. Best of all, now and always, no paywall. It's free. LouisianaSports.net, powered by 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge. Your home for Louisiana sports.
Men, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Back from the break, where the sports talk gets real. Kinda. Off the Bench with Hester and T-Bob.
Welcome back in. Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you, sitting alongside Matthew Musso. We are about halfway done with this Monday show. I want to continue discussing the NFL draft. A handful of LSU Tigers selected in the 2025 draft. Obviously, Will Campbell heard his name called early. He's the first LSU offensive lineman to be drafted in the first round since Alan Faneca, just the second in school history. He goes fourth overall to the New England Patriots. In the second round at 42 overall, Mason Taylor, the tight end, goes to the New York Jets. Emory Jones and Savion Jones both found their way into the 3rd round. Braden Swinson falls to the 5th round. He goes to the New England Patriots. Also in the 5th round, it's Miles Frazier to the Denver Broncos, and then Garrett Dellinger at pick 243 in the 7th round, picked up by the Baltimore Ravens. He will actually team up with Emory Jones up there in Baltimore. We do have a handful of undrafted free agents as well. Major Burns at safety. Zy Alexander at cornerback, which we're going to get into. I'm pretty surprised that Zy actually did not get drafted. Gio Paez with the Bears. Josh Williams with the Bucks. That's a tough landing spot for him. And Paris Shand with the Buffalo Bills. Moose, as far as the drafted guys go, right, the 7 names we saw have their name called, what fit do you like the best out of that group?
I mean, Will Campbell's, kind of the easy answer there. But, I mean, look, Mike Vrabel is a successful head coach in the NFL. You've seen that. I mean, has he gotten over the hump entirely? No, but, he had the Tennessee Titans as the number 1 seed one season in the NFC.
What have they done since they let him go?
Exactly, right. So, I like what Vrabel's building in New England. You have Drake May. Now you get your franchise left tackle and Will Campbell. I think he'll be fine. I love that. I really like Miles Frazier with the Lions too, man. I think that could be an absolute steal. Like I thought there was really a good chance that Frazier would come off the board day 2, probably in round 3. He makes it all the way to round 5. I think the Lions got really good value there because Frazier had a great pre-draft, especially at the Senior Bowl. He was like the offensive player of the day, I think, in one of the Senior Bowl practices, something along those lines. Like, he really turned heads there. And, he's obviously a great team guy. He put out great tape for 3 seasons at LSU. So I really liked that pick a lot for the Lions. And then I thought it was great to see Dellinger get drafted, and Emory Jones went off the board. Emory Jones and Savion Jones both went off the board quicker than I thought they would, both going in round 3. So major hat tip to those guys. They worked their ass off, obviously, in their pre-draft, and they're going to have a lot of success, hopefully, in the NFL.
I like Garrett Dellinger in the 7th round to the Ravens. Now, his is obviously due to injury, right? Like, if Garrett Dellinger doesn't go down in that Texas A&M game, 2 things. One, LSU season probably looks a lot different, but also he gets drafted a lot higher. I love his versatility. This is a guy that came to LSU and everybody thought he was going to be your future left tackle. You started him at guard. He was excellent there on both sides, left and right. He's played a little bit of center for you. Like, Garrett Dellinger can pretty much play anywhere on the line of scrimmage. He's also played a ton of football for you. I love that pick in the 7th round for the Ravens, pairing him with a Emory Jones. But look, my favorite pick of the draft, Mason Taylor to the Jets in round 2. I love this fit. The Jets are going to want to run the ball a lot, right? They have Justin Fields, you have Braylon Allen, you have Breece Hall. The short passing game could be used a lot for Justin Fields as a complement to their running game. Also, outside of Garrett Wilson, there's not a ton of options out there in New York. Devontae Adams is not going back. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is out of that building. He brought in a lot of guys that are not going to return as well. It's really Garrett Wilson, and everything else is up for grabs. I think Mason Taylor is going to catch a lot of passes this year for New York. It's funny, the other day when he got drafted, if you look at the sheet, they show like the positives. It said, smooth athlete, great after the catch, Zach Ertz. That's what it said for his 3 positives. My thought is, well, hell, if he could be Zach Ertz, this guy's going to have a heck of a long career. Zach Ertz still playing in the NFL, obviously, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, Zach Ertz has been that super reliable guy for a number of years now. Mason Taylor was that. Whether it was with Jaden Daniels, whether it was with Garrett Nussmeier, when either of them got in trouble, they found Mason Taylor. Justin Fields is a guy that likes to run around a lot. He's going to get himself in trouble doing that at times. Can he find Mason Taylor? I think that's a perfect fit for the Jets.
No, it is. That makes a lot of sense. I like that pick too, and I'm just fired up for Mason Taylor also because, in the same vein as Will Campbell. Those 2 guys, that was such a great punctuation to their LSU career.
Yep.
I talked about this when I was filling in for Hunt last week. Both of those guys came in and set the standard at their position at LSU. Like, when the next, you could very well this season and next be looking at Trey'Dez Green and then comparing him back to Mason Taylor, because that's what it is at tight end. The next offensive lineman, really any of them, if they have any modicum of success, are going to be compared to Will Campbell. So to see both those guys go where they did and go to the teams they went to, where I think both are great situations, just a really awesome way for their career and their time at LSU to end.
As far as the undrafted free agents, I'm a little surprised Zy Alexander didn't get drafted. I understand he had that knee injury 2 years ago, but he bounced back in a big way this year. He was still a really, really good corner. I mean, there were times this year, like a buddy of mine would text me during the Arkansas game, and he was like, hey, did Zy Alexander not play? No, he played. You just didn't see him all game because he shut down that side of the field. He did that a number of times this past season throughout his career. Were you surprised to see him not drafted? Because it wasn't.
No, I was.
I mean, me and you were talking. It wasn't an especially deep cornerback draft.
No, it wasn't. But yeah, I mean, I am surprised because of what you said. It's the way he bounced back from that injury. And Zy's got good size. Like,
yeah, I mean, he's 6'2". He's around 200 pounds. Like, you don't see that a lot.
No, length. He can run pretty well. I mean, and in the SEC, he acquitted himself very, very well. I mean, the guy, I think at one point was like Pro Football Focus's like second best cornerback in terms. Like, so, I mean, that's surprising to me that he didn't go in all 7 rounds. Like, I wasn't expecting Zy was going to be a first-round pick or even a day 2 pick. It was probably going to be day 3. But yeah, I'm very, very surprised somebody did not take a flyer on him because of the way he bounced back from that injury.
One other name I want to mention was a guy that everybody was keeping their eye on just because of how good his pro day was, Josh Williams. I mean, he ran a 4.4 in the 40. He had the incredible vertical jump. We talked about the broad jump. And Josh was a really good player here for a number of years. I know there's a lot of people that are going to say, oh, he's a walk-on. Yeah, but Josh, I mean, he came in. He was everything to this team for about 3 years. I mean, he was kind of your most reliable guy. Brian Kelly trusted him more than anybody on this team. You pair his solid college production with a really, really good pro day. I thought there was a chance he could get drafted. Now, he doesn't. That's not the big deal. What I want to look at is where he got drafted. Where he got signed. He signed as an undrafted free agent to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is an unfortunate spot for Josh. I think this is a really tough spot. I think Josh is a good player. I think there's a spot for him on a team. I don't know if it's this team. You look at Tampa Bay. Bucky Irving was phenomenal as a rookie last year, one of the best running backs in the league. They still have Rashad White. They're bringing back Sean Tucker. I mean, that's a really good 3-headed monster out there in Tampa. Do they have room for a Josh Williams? I guess is my main question.
Well, Taylor, and the answer to that question might be another question is Josh Williams, we know the type of player he is. We know the type of fighter he is. Are they going to be able to keep him off the team?
Yeah. And can he be a special teams guy?
He could be a special teams guy. I think he's definitely an option for their practice squad as well. And if he doesn't catch on there, I think somebody else will absolutely take another shot at him. And you know the worker that Josh Williams is. He feels like the type of guy that all he needs is a chance. I'm not telling you Josh Williams is about to go be a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro running back. I don't believe that. But I think he could be a very good piece for an NFL team for a good few years just because of the work ethic and the multiple different things that he can do from the running back position. I mean, that guy can obviously run block. He can. I mean, you've seen him, have success running the football. He can catch the ball in the backfield. And it's just the way he works. I mean, that's the kind of guy you see come in as the undrafted free agent and make a team somewhere. Not saying it'll be with Tampa Bay. That's the kind of guy you see come in and make a team somewhere.
Well, to your point, look, I was just talking about the good running back room that Tampa has, and they do. And all those guys catch the ball out of the backfield. I tell you what, none of them do. You go rewatch the Tampa Bay games. They're all running routes, and none of them are good pass blockers. Josh Williams, a very, very good pass blocker. As good as the run blocking was for Tampa, their pass blocking was kind of spotty. I mean, you saw the Saints get to Baker Mayfield in that second quarter. Remember when the Saints ultimately took the lead, you forced Baker into 2 bad interceptions because he had to rush and throw the ball because your pass rush was getting to him. They weren't a great pass blocking team. None of their running backs are that great at pass blocking. So, yeah, if Josh Williams can get out there, he's the type of guy that all he needs is an opportunity, and he can make that happen. Greg Penn, still unsigned. That's kind of the other one we were talking about.
I didn't think Greg Penn would get drafted, but I definitely thought somebody would sign him as an undrafted free agent. So that part has surprised me up to this point. I mean, I can give a check, see if it's happened.
I haven't seen it anywhere, but look, was Greg the fastest and most athletic guy here? No, he wasn't, but Greg Penn was never out of position. He was always there to make the play. He was a smart guy. I mean, he was awarded 18 for a reason, right? I mean, this coaching staff trusted him. I think if Greg Penn gets a shot, a lot like a Josh Williams, I think there's a chance he makes a team if he eventually gets picked up.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I do too. That's the thing. I'm just surprised no one took like a shot, like a UDFA deal somewhere there. So that part's surprising to me. Not that he went undrafted.
All right, to kind of put a bow on it, we had 7 Tigers drafted. We have 5 more at the moment. Major Burns, Zy Alexander, Gio Paez, Josh Williams, Parrish Shand, all have signed deals as undrafted free agents. All right, when we get back, we're going to wrap up hour number 2 of Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
ProHVAC.com, CoolProHVAC.com. Go with the local HVAC experts, and I mean local, okay? Locally owned and operated. This ain't no private equity bull crap. And remember, when you work with Cool Pro, no dispatch fees. So if you are just wanting to get your system checked out before the heat kicks in, right, and make sure that you're not going to have any sort of catastrophic breakdown, don't let it stop you because, like, well, what if I call them and they come out and there's nothing wrong, right? Well, no dispatch fee. You don't have that concern with Cool Pro. Go to CoolProHVAC.com today.
Yeah, one of the cool things that we talk about with them is 1-hour windows when they're coming to your home or business. How many times you've been there sitting there all day because it's 6 to 8 hour windows, and if they even show up, right, you've wasted all day waiting. That is not the case. 1 hour wait times. You can see exactly where the tech is. CoolProHVAC.com.
Bayou Ford is taking 15 to 20% off all new 2024 models in stock. 15 to 20% off all new 2024 Ford models on our lot. Plus the complimentary 7-year powertrain warranty that comes with all new Bayou Automotive vehicles. If you need sales or service, the crew at Bayou Automotive is going to do right by you.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
When it comes to choosing energy for your family and your home, make the smart choice with natural gas. You can count on efficient and affordable natural gas to keep you comfortable and reduce your environmental impact to help protect our planet. Together, we're fueling our energy future. Atmos Energy.
Welcome in to the best morning sports-ish show around. Off the Bench with Hester and T-Bob.
All right, go to yourgoodwood.com. Yourgoodwood.com. Men's sexual wellness. I always tell you, live life without fear or embarrassment. Because you shouldn't have to. You don't have to. In fact, there's answers to the questions. You just got to go to the website. Because you go to the website, you can find a full list of services that they offer over at Goodwood. You go to the website and you can book your appointment right there. Look, discreetly if you want to, right there on the website. But again, the tagline is true. You can live life without fear or embarrassment. So this is something that people deal with, but you have to get it dealt with. And that's what Goodwood is going to do for you. So again, you can book your appointment. You can find pricing, all that on the website. The website is yourgoodwood.com. The number 225-4GD-WOOD. Goodwood, yourgoodwood.com.
All right, welcome back in. Final segment, hour number 2, a Monday edition of Off the Bench. This one here is for Alondra because we got UFC coming to New Orleans. Alondra, how fired up are we?
I'm very fired up.
What's a big one too, right?
Yeah, we knew about this back in February. We talked to him Super Bowl week, Media Row, and he told us that this was in the plan and in the card. So really excited about this. Every Max Holloway and Dustin Poirier fight is an instant classic. So should be a good one. His retirement fight here in New Orleans, where it all started, or well, not in New Orleans, he's from Lafayette, but in Louisiana where it all started. So, and that's what he was saying, that he wanted to lay the gloves down where it all started. So really excited about it. Hopefully I can make my way there somehow, but yeah, it should be a good one.
I was about to say,
I'm hoping, I didn't see the rest of the card.
That's what my question was. Do they have the undercard yet?
But let me see.
And I know by any means necessary, you will find a way out there. That's happening.
I have to. Gordy, if you're listening, help me out.
I know somebody from 3 to 6. He'll be there as well. Moose, are you a big UFC guy?
I wouldn't say I'm a big UFC guy. I like the UFC.
We only have Poirier Holloway, by the way.
Okay.
I will watch it. But I normally watch most of it during like the summer when there might not be anything else going on.
Well, July 19th, New Orleans.
No, I'd love to be there as well, man. That just would be an awesome. It's a bucket list thing for me to go to a UFC fight.
My brother called me Thursday when they thought this whole thing was coming down, and he was like, "Hey, we going?" I was like, "Man, I don't know. How much are tickets?" He's like, "I don't know. Probably like $250 a person." I'm like, "We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens."
I need to be there.
You will find a way there.
Yeah.
If I know you will find a way there.
I have
There
to
is
go.
no question about it. Okay, but who do we like? Early odds. Who do we like?
So you can't ever count Max Holloway out of a fight, and you can't ever
Max is so scrappy.
Yeah, and you can't ever count Dustin out of a fight, obviously, either. So it's going to be a really good one. I think the last time they matched up, Dustin took that one.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the first one was like. I think Dustin won both of those. So
Hard to beat somebody 3 times.
Yeah, it is hard to beat somebody 3 times, but it's just all of it is really exciting. I'm hoping Dustin wins for his retirement fight.
Well, yeah, and like in Louisiana, right? Against a good opponent. Like he's not taking an easy way out either. Like Holloway's legit.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to put my money on Dustin here. It feels like he might be. I don't know if there's any odds out yet, but it feels like he's probably going to be the favorite just considering the circumstances.
Yeah.
But I am hyped up for this one.
Yeah, I'm fired up for it as well.
Hopefully we can get another hopefully we can get Dustin on again. That'd be cool.
I mean, I know somebody in the studio who knows him, so maybe that can't happen. I wonder if this is like a sign of things to come though for New Orleans.
Yeah.
Because like, there's a market down here for it. I mean, I know a ton of people like, yeah, obviously Alondra and Matt are big UFC fans. That's just 2 people. Like I know a ton of people who are big fight fans here in Louisiana. Like there is certainly a market for it here. New Orleans is a great spot. You have multiple venues to do it. Like I think this could be the start of like, 3 years down the road, we're looking like once a year there's a UFC fight.
That'd be pretty cool. I mean, we talked about it during Super Bowl week. I mean, people show up and show out to New Orleans, especially for anything. So I think people make the trip. It's one of those places where maybe not to us, but other people who've never been to New Orleans, it's like a bucket list thing. So if there's like a UFC fight and you get the chance to go to New Orleans at the same time, I think it'll be good, but it'll be either way. Having more UFC fights in New Orleans would be awesome. I'd have to go to like every single one of them.
Well, and also like it's perfect timing, right? Because like baseball season will be over.
Yeah.
In July, there's nothing really going on. Like
true.
That's a big time event here in a sports crave city like New Orleans. Like that's perfect. It's kind of your gap between baseball and football season rolling around.
Yeah, and the last time it happened, I think it was like the last time Dustin fought here too was like in 2014. So it's been a minute since they came to New Orleans.
All right, before we
Wow,
go
has
to
it been that long?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, yeah.
All right, before we go to break here, want to give a quick recap. We only have about 2 minutes left of LSU softball over the weekend. So game one went about as bad as you could possibly imagine. They get run ruled by Florida 14-4 in 6 innings. Florida tore the cover off of the ball. This was Jaden Heavner. I mean, she goes 2 innings, gives up 4 runs, 3 strikeouts. She has been super solid all year long. Not on Saturday. This is for what it's worth, a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So game 3 is tonight, a deciding game 3, because yesterday it was a thriller. 2-1. LSU takes down Florida in Tiger Park. This game was 0-0 heading into the 5th inning. In the bottom of the 5th, LSU gets a solo home run from Torrey Edwards, makes it 1-0. Florida answers in the top of the 6th. LSU goes into the bottom of the 7th inning, tied 1-1, and they walk it off. They get an RBI double by Sierra Daniel. It was an RBI single, I should say, to score the winning run. LSU wins 2-0 over the Florida Gators. Really good matchup. I'm excited for game 3. I mean, this is an LSU team 38-11 on the year. Florida 41-11. Both of these teams similar conference records. LSU 10-10, Florida 12-8. Again, game 3 coming up tonight in Tiger Park at about 5 p.m. All right, that's going to do it for hour number 2 of Off the Bench. We were NFL draft heavy. Coming up here in hour number 3, we're going to have some weekend winners. We got Devin Snow coming up, and then Hunter McCann's going to hop on, give us his thoughts on LSU versus Tennessee. Stay tuned for that. We're also going to close things out like we do every day with a little bit of Ask the Bench. So hour 3 coming up. You're on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Off the Bench.
There it is, the extra mile. On the border of expected and extraordinary. For those willing to go further. Like vans customized for work or play. With safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
You work hard every day to pursue a life you love. You put in the time, and it shows. You're forging ahead, chasing a dream, creating something better for the ones you love. You're building your own life. So why not build your own tractor? With John Deere tractors and attachments for almost any need, the Sunshine team can help you do just that. Check out our current promotions and learn more about what it means to be powered by Sunshine at sunequip.com.
Man, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac. Our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
Let's go, baby, let's go! All-Star Toyota presents Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Yeah!
Off the Bench with Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
They said I gotta come off the bench.
Now, here's Jacob Hester and T-Bob Hebert.
Welcome in hour number 3, a Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharper with you, who has smoked way too many cigarettes over the weekend, so I had to bring in my guy Matthew Musso here along for the ride. Alondra Villarreal, Cassie Spazzali in as well. We got one more hour to go with you here on this Monday. We were NFL draft heavy, obviously, in the first 2 hours of the show. But right now, let's kick off hour number 3 like we do every Monday with some weekend winners.
That's how winning is done.
That's right. We can't have anyone freak out there, okay? We gotta keep our composure. We've got too far.
I'm by winning. I win here and I win there. Now what?
Are you doing what it takes to win a championship?
Wow, winning.
Well, then I guess there's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Win the whole thing.
All right, I'm going to start with the most obvious weekend winner. The LSU baseball team, they get the series victory over Tennessee in Alex Box Stadium over the weekend. 2-1. They have the thriller on Friday night. They lose Saturday and then get the run rule victory in 8 innings on Sunday. So my first weekend winner, the LSU Tigers. Moose, what you got?
I was going to piggyback off that. Derek Couriel, weekend winner. Obviously has the RBI knock to tie the game on Friday. Has his reached base streak broken on Saturday. 43-game streak done. Comes back Sunday. It is the Michael Jordan meme from the Last Dance. I took that personally. 4 for 4, a triple shy of the cycle. Homer, 2 doubles, a single, and then walked in his 5th plate appearance. So on base all 5 times. Just an emphatic statement after his streak was broken. Shout out Derek Couriel.
I could be wrong about this. I believe Couriel was on deck when the game
he
ended.
He was the next batter up.
Okay.
He was.
Okay,
That sucks, but maybe we needed to break the streak to break the slump, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know,
he
because
was
Bats
awesome
came
yesterday.
alive the next day. Not that Couriel was ever in a slump, but piggybacking off Musso's piggyback, my guy, y'all know I love me some Michael Braswell. Hit his first 2 home runs of the season this weekend. Yeah, so shout out to Michael Braswell for the 2 Brazzy bombs this weekend. One of them came Saturday. We didn't end up winning that game, but still good for him to get that out the way for his first home run, and then his second one hit on Sunday afternoon. So shout out Michael Braswell. I love that kid.
Cassie, what we got?
Cassie was it's okay.
I don't
you
have
don't have
anything
one. That's
morning.
fine.
It's a
No winners.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, Cassie said nobody won this
Weekend
weekend.
loser Cassie for
Okay,
being
but
unprepared.
It's not that nobody
Nothing impresses Cassie.
It's okay.
I watched
Cassie's
baseball,
hard to please.
and y'all already talked about baseball, so I don't have anything else.
Cassie's hard to please. She's like, you want to win it?
What about Case and Evans?
Case and Evans did really good.
Okay.
He did.
Cassie's weekend winner.
Yep.
Case and Evans.
All right, Case and Evans is my weekend
even though
winner.
he didn't impress her
Yay!
that much, Cassie's hard to please. But that's gonna be Cassie's weekend winner. My next weekend winner. Look, it's a little somber, but Derek Harmon's gonna be my weekend winner. For those of you who don't know, his mother was in the hospital and was about to pass away.
Oh man.
And he was drafted in the first round. He made it through the hospital. Told her he got drafted right before she passed away.
No.
He was able to make it there. as unfortunate as it was, he kind of knew this was coming. He said it was his dream for her to see her son get drafted, and ultimately that did happen. So in the most unfortunate circumstances, Derek Harmon actually gets to fulfill his mother's dream. So shout out to Derek Harmon. What you got, Moose?
Okay, you made it seem like she was going to live.
No.
Oh my gosh, that was so...
Yeah, I know.
She didn't,
I know.
Yeah, she didn't.
That was really just...
I know. I had to put a damper on
I
things,
know, you
guys.
really
I'm sorry.
did.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
We don't have an NFL story of the day today, so I had to make everybody tear up in some way. I'm like the Tom Rinaldi of OTB.
Oh,
Tom
okay.
Rinaldi always bringing up the sad stories.
Yeah.
That's me on OTB.
Okay, well, shout out Derek Harmon. Rest in peace, his mom.
Rest in peace, Derek Harmon's mom. Rip Derek Harmon's mom.
Yep.
No, but for real, man, that's awesome. Those are the type of stories that we love. That we love to see around the draft for sure. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. Another weekend winner. I would just go ahead and say we kind of touched on it earlier, but CBS Morning News. I mean, that's all the rage. As soon as y'all told me about that, because I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all over social
Twitter,
media now.
yeah.
They are getting so much engagement. Good on them.
They're getting hella
Like,
engagement.
good on them. Weekend winner to CBS Morning News. That Belichick thing is friggin' wild.
I mean, that's fair, yeah.
Roger, what you got?
Okay, so let's see. I have a few of them. Weekend loser, the Cleveland Guardians fan that told Jaron Duran that he should have killed himself when he had the chance. That is disgusting.
I missed this completely.
Jackass.
So for those who don't know, though, the clubhouse, I told y'all about this. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. Moose, have you seen the clubhouse?
I haven't seen it, but I mean, I've obviously seen that part.
So I watched the clubhouse. Also, I watched the comeback. It made me cry. The Red Sox beat my team in that series, and it made me tear up at it. But anyways, in the clubhouse, Jaron Duran opens up about like mental health struggles and says that he like tried to pull the trigger and it didn't pull. So like he was like very close to, and then so this Cleveland Guardian fan is jawing at him, and like, there's heckling and then there's crossing a line.
Exactly.
And you don't tell somebody that. That is so disgusting. So weekend loser, Jaron Duran, and honestly, just like sports fans that take things a little too far, because y'all know how I feel about the Shador thing, but I think that prank call was really messed up. I don't like that is wrong. It doesn't matter how you feel about Shador. You could think he's annoying, you could think he's flashy, you could think all this stuff, but I think it's so messed up to prank call this man on a phone that only NFL personnel had. Like, this is what they're saying.
Yeah.
And somehow you get the number and you prank call him and tell him that he's going to get drafted and he's not. Like, I think that's messed up no matter how you feel about Shador. And I think that guy's a loser.
Okay, so
I agree with you on that,
I agree with you on that. The question now that everyone's asking is, how much trouble should this guy be in? Okay, because like so apparently the word is like he actually called Shador Sanders and they have talked on the phone, person to person. So like they have actually talked this out. Ole Miss says they're looking into it because that's where he goes. The Atlanta Falcons are looking into it. How much trouble should this guy be in?
I don't know about trouble.
Do you let it go at this point?
See, I don't know
He's
about
already
trouble.
made himself look like a jackass.
Yeah.
Like we already got that. He's talked to Shador like.
Like, what are you going to get in trouble for?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think his reputation's ruined enough. Like, I don't. There's so many people that are like, kick him out of school and all this. I think that's a little excessive.
You're
like,
doing too much. Like,
let's not do that.
I think that we can agree that the dude is an a-hole.
Yeah.
And we can move on. I don't know what you're supposed to get in trouble for.
Because like all of his reputation, his credibility, all of that's already out the window.
We'd all
anyways.
be in jail if we got in trouble for prank calls.
The damage is done.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. Don't kick the guy out of school though. Let's not do that. Okay, Cassie, since nothing impresses you, do you have a weekend loser?
Shador.
Okay, I could be Shador, but I mean, this is like kind of like nothing related to anything we've been talking about.
Okay.
This weekend I had like my mom owns a dance studio, so she had like a dance competition this weekend, and I haven't danced in like 6 months, and so I danced all day on Saturday from like 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and then all day on Sunday from like 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. So I'm like so sore and like I had like no stamina. It was rough, but
weekend loser Cassie? That's
I mean,
crazy.
yeah,
She made
I
herself
understand
the
your-
weekend
yourself
loser.
was the weekend loser.
I made myself.
She doesn't
do
even
it.
impress herself.
No. Cassie's like, nothing me or anybody else does is worth a crap ever, so I'm just here. Okay, I have one more winner before we get to Mel Kiper. He's obviously going to be a loser. Let's just get that out of the way now. My last weekend winner is going to be my sister-in-law and now my new brother-in-law. They got married over the weekend on Friday night.
Let's go.
Not only did they get married, guys, we were in a rain delay just like LSU baseball, okay? It looked like this wedding was going to be a complete washout. They wanted to have it outside. But you know what? Good Lord gave them a 20-minute window. They got the wedding done outside without a hitch. Everybody was happy. So congratulations to Chase and Joni. Congratulations if y'all are out there listening.
Shout out
welcoming
Chase and
in
Joni.
the new brother-in-law to the fam. Okay.
That's awesome.
Weekend loser, as I just mentioned, is Mel Kiper.
Yep.
I have this pulled up. Cassie, just...
Do we want sound? Oh, yeah. Obviously, we want sound.
Obviously, we know that
What a
Shador
dumb
Sanders... Obviously, we know that Shador Sanders fell in the draft. A lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round. Not only does he not go in the first round, he goes in the 5th round. Mel Kiper is beside himself. And I understand that if there's a player you think is being undervalued, you feel a certain type of way about it. But I have never seen anybody, Mel Kiper included, act this way. Like, it makes me wonder, like, is he on the take? Is he getting paid by Dion? Like, what's going on? Just listen to this clip. Go ahead and play it.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback. They don't. The NFL.
A lot to unpack there. Mel Kiper saying that the NFL has been clueless for 50 years in terms of quarterback. Look, there's hit and misses in every single round. He's like, there's proof of this. Well, if you go back and listen, he came unglued Thursday night.
Oh, did
the entire draft, this dude was out his mind.
When Pittsburgh did not draft Shador Sanders at 21, he lost his mind. He started throwing out Tom Brady, Joe Montana, like names like this. Like he was going nuts. When Shador still hadn't gotten picked, like, okay, Mel, I get it. That was your number one quarterback on the board. He was a top 5 player overall. You've never been in any NFL front office. You haven't won any Super Bowls. You've never made a single draft pick in your life. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to, I could have Cassie pull up the fact that you were supposed to retire because Jimmy Clausen wasn't a good quarterback. You said point blank, if Jimmy Clausen doesn't become a good quarterback, I'm going to retire. That was 15 years ago, Mel, and here you are still sitting here, still complaining. These guys do this for a living. You may not agree with the pick, but don't get up there and say they've been clueless for 50 years. Were they clueless when they picked Peyton Manning number 1 overall over Ryan Leaf? Because that happened. I mean, look at all the first-round hits. So you can sit there and bring up Tom Brady and a Joe Montana. The reason people always single them out is because they're the exceptions. They're not the norms. Like, for you to get up there and say that, like, I thought Reese Davis handled it great. If you guys watch Reese Davis all weekend long, he was able to reel him in. Lewis Riddick looked like he wanted to beat the crap out of Mel being up there. Like, I couldn't imagine sitting next to Mel all weekend long, having to listen to him complain. Like, what are y'all's thoughts on this?
Yeah, no, same deal. I did not have Mel Kiper white knighting Shador Sanders for 3 days at the draft on my bingo card.
I mean, it was excessive.
Absolutely
he was doing
wild.
tricks on it.
It was excessive.
I mean, absolutely wild.
Yeah.
And not only that, I mean, that clip is going to follow Mel Kiper around forever if Shador Sanders does not pan out, where you said they're clueless. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Ravens had a pretty good evaluation on Lamar Jackson. And there were people who thought he could not play in the NFL. Had a pretty good eval there. I mean, the game is changing a little bit more. And, I mean, the other thing that you are implying there is that you know more than the NFL.
Which
like,
is insanity.
It's just not true.
That is insanity.
We always break down, I get it. Your misses are louder than your hits.
Of
I
course.
understand that.
People remember what you got wrong. They don't care
Mel
what you got right.
Let's not act like he has some dazzling resume here. Like, Mel Kiper's been wrong a lot. I mentioned the Jimmy Clausen thing. That's just one example. He was high on Brady Quinn. He mentioned how Jamarcus Russell was going to be the next big thing in the NFL. Like, there's plenty you can dig into and poke holes into Mel Kiper. So for him to sit up there, act high and mighty, act like he knows better than all 32 GMs, what's more likely? All 32 GMs got together, colluded, decided they weren't drafting Shador Sanders for whatever reason? Or was Mel Kiper and everybody else doing a mock draft that is not in a front office? Were they wrong? What's more likely? I'm going to say that Mel Kiper and the mock draft experts, quote unquote, were wrong and not all 32 NFL GMs.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier too, where I could be alone on an island on this one. I don't know. To me, it's more egregious that Quinn Ewers fell to the 7th round than Shador getting picked in the 5th. Like, to me, Quinn Ewers was the better quarterback this year and last year than Shador. And then we were talking about Will Howard.
Yeah, I mean, Will Howard's a national
won
championship
a national
winner.
championship,
6th round.
and nobody was even talking about him.
His name's not Sanders.
And Sanders got drafted before he did. I mean, I just think that the entire Shador saga was like A, kind of funny, B,
Oh, the memes were great.
the memes were great.
Yeah, they were awesome.
But also, like, it's just we talked about it Friday, too, when he was like, we all know this shouldn't have happened or something like that. And it's
I
like,
don't know
okay,
that.
so you thought that you were just going to be like this top 5 pick
Yeah,
your
because his
dad
name's
kept
Sanders.
saying that you were going to be, and like your dad kept trying to convince everybody that you were going to be. He retired your jersey. And then,
Good Lord.
Then if you were to say anything bad about Shador Sanders in the media, everybody started crapping on you. So it's just, I don't know. All of it was just so dumb.
The main problem I have with all of it is that Deion acts like everyone's out to get them because their name is Sanders. It's the complete opposite. You get the benefit of the doubt. You get opportunities others don't. Alondra mentioned Quinn Ewers, Will Howard. Nobody cared about them because their last name are not Sanders. You have the benefit. You have the advantage. That's fine. Take whatever advantage you can get in life. But the fact that people all of a sudden believe that Deion and Shador are getting picked on because their last name Sanders is a little bit ridiculous to me. That's just kind of where I sit on the whole thing.
Also, wait, sorry.
No, you're good.
I was going to say, like, real quick, Jordan Scholes is also kind of weird.
Oh, yeah, you read us this before.
And I can't tell if this is satire.
Yeah.
Because it's so...
I hope it is.
I was about to say, I really hope that it is.
Okay, I'm just going to read it to you. Keep in mind, Jordan Scholes' dad is like the CEO of Starbucks. Okay, so like 2 Nepo babies. Jordan Scholes tweeted out on Saturday. He said, I'm not saying you need to root for him, but the amount of negativity towards Shador Sanders on this app is sad. This is the part where I'm like, is this satire? Okay. Here's a kid who grew up with all the money in the world, traveled, lived in mansions, the whole 9 yards, and yet he chose to pursue his passion. He chose to get hit for a living. He chose to pursue a career in football despite the fact he would always be compared to Deion, the best ever to do it. I'm sorry, but that's pretty freaking admirable to me.
So it sounds just like him.
What?
Wow. Sounds like he was referring to himself. I hope Ian Rappaport responds to that quickly. They can get into another verbal altercation.
Is that satire? I don't understand.
I hope he's not
but it's probably
as blind as he seems.
Well, but he was like defending Shador all weekend, so I can't tell if
Maybe
it is,
not.
but that is the most out of touch thing that I've ever read.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like this Shador thing has gotten so many people in their feels, and you can say Shador Sanders has a lot of haters because he's flashy. I agree with that, but my God, does Shador Sanders have a lot of defenders as well?
Yeah.
Like you can take the good with the bad on that. Like as many people that are out there criticizing Shador fairly or unfairly, I have never seen somebody with such a staunch fan base behind them. All right, look, does anybody else have a weekend winner or loser? If not, we're going to take a timeout.
Real quick, one more loser, Ariel Antigua.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
His team did lose.
Literally.
His team did lose after jawing all week.
Yeah, what was he going to do if Bear actually decided to square up? Like, you have the guy standing there, your holdback coach. Like, what are you doing?
Now, I will say, LSU did their fair share of jawing and taunting, too.
Which was
awesome.
Yeah.
They did.
The series was awesome.
Like, I'm good with it.
You want this to be a rivalry?
Exactly.
That's how
I think that, like, no matter which side is doing it, I think it's good for the sport. It's good for the rivalry. I love it.
Weekend loser, the home plate umpire.
Yeah.
Friday night, Saturday morning. Brother, the game is over, my man.
Yeah.
Get out of Jared Jones' face. Jared Jones said he told him that the game is over. You know what Jared Jones should have said? I just hit a ball 450 feet. You should be impressed.
There's a
you ever
walk-off
done that
win.
in your life? No. Then get out of my way. Let me go run the bases. He was celebrating with his team.
Yeah.
The game's supposed to be fun.
I know.
All
Stop
that
trying to make it about
aggravated
you.
the hell out of me.
Umpires make it about themselves far too
right,
often.
we'll
Stop.
Show.
All right, look, we're going to take a timeout. When we get back, Devin Snow is going to hop on with us next here on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
Go to Boudreaux's Electrical. Boudreaux'sElectrical.com. You want a Generac home generator? Why don't you go to the place that's been family owned and operated since 1982? More power, more protection, better service. Every customer treated like a VIP. Keep the lights on during this storm season. Great financing options available to make it very affordable until you have that peace of mind. Is it worth $159 a month? Because that's what we talking about, man. Go to Boudreaux'sElectrical.com, Boudreaux'sElectrical.com.
Yeah, when you go to the website, you can get a free quote right there, top right corner of the website. Also, you can pick up the phone, give them a call. Let them know what you're looking for. They're going to come out to your home and make sure that they get it done on the North Shore. That number is 985-397-1562. In the greater Baton Rouge area, 225-300-9389. Always online at boudreauxelectrical.com. More power, more protection.
You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wild.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected. Supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team. And backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar, but instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Looking for the ultimate game day experience? Come to the Queen Casino in Baton Rouge. Wall-to-wall TVs mean you'll see every touchdown in HD. Place your bets and feel the thrill of every play with our DraftKings Sportsbook. The Queen Casino, where every moment is a win.
Welcome in to the best morning sports-ish show around. Off the Bench with Hester and T-Bob.
If your car dies on the interstate when you're having a panic attack, you think you're dying, and you're on the way to the hospital, chances are you need a new car, so you should go to All-Star Toyota of Baton Rouge. Located off Airline in Goodwood, whether you're looking for a new, used, you want to lease potentially, it's all there at All-Star, and they've got the best prices, best selection. You go to the website, you can check out the deals, or just go see them. Start to work with the sales staff, okay? Because the people are what separates the culture. Over there's the absolute best. Remember, we got our buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1 deal going down right now. Go to All-Star Toyota Baton Rouge, allstartoyotabatonrouge.com.
Yeah, when you go to the website, see what they've got available for you, and that is buying new, that's leasing, and that is renting. And we tell you every day because I find it like it's one of the best things out there that whatever you buy new, you can lease and you can rent. It's just not going to be found anywhere else. Like, you're going to get like one option in other places. Everything's available in the rental process over at All-Star. Go to the website today, allstartoyotabatonrouge.com.
Welcome back in. Hour number 3, a Monday edition of Off the Bench. Taylor Sharp here with you. Sitting in with Matt Musso, Alondra Villarreal, and Cassie Spazzali. Right now, we go out to the phone lines. He joins us every Monday around this time. Devin Snow, Hold the Mayo, hopping on right now. Dev, how are you?
Yo, what's going on? How we doing?
What's up, man? We are all a bit under the weather, but we are powering through here on this Monday. Dev, a busy sports weekend here in Louisiana. Obviously, let's go ahead and start with the New Orleans Saints. They maybe locked Mickey Loomis in a closet, as Musso mentioned earlier, making all 9 picks of their draft. What were your thoughts on the Saints draft class?
It was very Saints-like to start. You know, it's usually the guys you never expect. I did think that as the draft went on, especially like between like the 4th and the 7th selection that they had, I thought it got better. I mean, I really thought they got some sleepers. It's my favorite part of the draft was when the Saints drafted guys like Danny Stutzman, Devin Neal. And then as far as your early picks, I guess you just got to see how it pans out. But can't be mad at fans for being like, what just happened here when you take a guy and Tyler Shuck with pick 40, there wasn't even a quarterback selected in the second round other than him. Wasn't a quarterback selected again until the end of the 3rd round when Milroe went to the Seahawks. So, I mean, look, the Saints think they got their guy. The fans are a little taken back, and I guess that's why they play the game.
Let me get your thoughts on the Tyler Shuck pick. I mean, look, it's the quarterback. It's the one that people are going to talk about a lot. The Saints ultimately did not move off of 40. There was word that, hey, could they try to trade back up in the first round to get Jackson Dart? The Giants do that, not the Saints. Shuck at 40, look, 26 years old. He's had some injuries in college, but he had a pretty good season last year, played a lot of football. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, Kellen Moore, does he have his guy? Like, I mean, how many starts do you think Tyler Shuck gets here year 1?
Dude, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm just a fan, right? But this ain't a guy's name who was circulating amongst, people down here. Nobody really expected them to go with him. He's 6'5". That's tight. He looks like he could put the ball into a window. I mean, look, let's just see what's going to happen. What I didn't like was when Mickey Loomis went on the presser after and said if Derek's healthy, he's the starter.
Yeah.
If we're trying to change the culture, dude, the car is broken down, right? And we got to ride out of the desert, right? But Mickey Loomis wants to stay by the broke down car. When we got to ride, we could head to the promised land and flip the page, but this guy keeps wanting to kind of make it feel like he wants to stand by the broken car. Whether or not he truly knows that they done with Derek Carr, for him to just say that is just, it's discouraging, man. You just hate to hear it.
Yeah, no, I get you. Especially look, you use a 2nd-round pick on him. Like, he's still the highest quarterback the Saints have taken since Archie Manning. Like, he wasn't a 1st-round pick, but he's still the highest one you have drafted in quite some time. So for him to say, oh, well, we still believe in Derek Carr, okay, well, did you essentially just waste that 2nd-round pick? Yeah, it's Mickey Loomis being Mickey Loomis. What are you going to do, Dev? As far as, maybe your favorite pick of the draft, you mentioned Danny Stutzman, you mentioned Devin Neal. Like, which one of those guys are you ready to see pop here year 1?
I mean, dude, it's 1A, 1B with both. I think both of them are going to be able to make an immediate impact. I mean, how often do you see a guy round 6 pick 184 in Devin Neal?
Yeah.
Where I'm telling you, man, this dude is good. Sometimes you don't even know why running backs drop, right? I mean, dude, look at Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon got drafted by Miami. I think it was in the 6th round too.
Mm.
Ollie Gordon was a Heisman finalist like 2 years ago. So I'm going to tell you, man, I bet on Kansas games enough to know that Devin Neal is the real deal. So I think he's going to fit in great, especially considering Kendrick Miller can't ever stay healthy. I mean, I could see Devin Neal being the number 2 pretty quickly.
All right, Dev, shifting from the New Orleans Saints to another event coming up in New Orleans. It was announced UFC 318 in New Orleans, July 19th. Poirier versus Holloway. How excited are we?
Very excited, man. Been wanting this to happen for years. It's huge news, too. I mean, this is one of one, right? This is something that may never happen again. I mean, for UFC to bring a numbered card, 318, to the Smoothie King Center, bro. We know how much work the Smoothie King Center needs, right? And for them to do that, nobody deserves it more than Poirier. I mean, he's had a long career, a very long career. He's fought everybody. Every fight's always good, win or lose. and he just deserved this. So I'm extremely excited, and if I'm not in there, I'm dead. So.
Yeah, I imagine. I know there's a lot of big fight fans here in Louisiana. Like we were talking about it, like there's certainly a market for it. Like, do you think something like this, like if this goes well, like could we see fights in New Orleans regularly?
We already should. The fact that we don't is actually a tragedy. You know, because our parents and grandparents, they grew up going to the biggest fights in the Superdome, and it's a legacy in New Orleans to have fights. You know, and it's not like we don't have great fighters either that come out. We always have. We've always had dudes that, whether in boxing or UFC, that have come out of Louisiana. So I just think that hopefully this is the start of bringing that back, bringing that whole. Because again, it's a legacy. Fighting in New Orleans is a legacy.
All right, Dev. Before we get you out of here, look, it is Monday. That means RB and R Day. What's on the agenda for today?
Oh, brother, I've been so caught up with the draft, dude. Once I get off the phone with you, I'm going to start looking at that. But, yeah, man, just been caught up with the draft, dude. The draft felt like 3 months. Really did. Those 3 days felt like 3 months.
If it was, Dev, if the draft was long for you, imagine how Mel Kiper felt over the weekend.
Oh, man. But you know what? That's why Mel Kiper will be there every year.
We're talking about it.
Yeah. Just the attention he brought alone. That's why Mel Kiper will be there forever.
All right, Devin Snow, hold the man. Dev, thanks for hopping on with us today, bud.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, we're going to take a quick time out. When we get back, Hunter McCann of WBRZ is going to hop on with us. We'll get his thoughts on the LSU series, what he made out of it, and maybe some thoughts on the Saints draft as well. That's coming up on the other side. You're on Off the Bench.
Off the Bench.
GEAUXTommies.com. Go Tommies.com. You want Hardy Plank or Vinyl Siding, wood or vinyl windows, any type of door, you want Tommy's. And if you go to the website, you can start to explore a lot of the advantages that the products offer. And it's not just aesthetics, it's functional as well, right? It makes your home more energy efficient. It helps you save on bills. So why not invest in your greatest asset, right? What do we do? Everything we do in life is to what? Right? To have a roof over our heads, a place to live, right? Maximize that place with Tommy's Windows, Doors, and Siding, winners of the Angie Super Service Award every year they've been in existence. Go to GoTommies.com.
Go there today to Windows, Doors, and Siding. Obviously, you can check out what they can do, but also past work they've done for other clients, and always know they can customize your job to what you're looking for. And you can find all that information at GoTommies.com.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
The Windsor Senior Living Community in Mandeville, Louisiana is a beautiful, vibrant apartment community geared towards seniors. They are nestled right in the heart of Mandeville, where seniors live a more carefree lifestyle in spacious apartments with the peace of mind that comes from having a little extra help. Call the Windsor at 985-624-8040 to schedule a lunch and tour. Come see how the Windsor can be your passport to peace of mind.
Man, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. service Chevrolet Cadillac. Our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
Welcome back to Off the Bench, where the takes are hot and the sports talk is questionable.
GetGordon.com. GetGordon.com is the website, and we tell you every single day, as soon as you go to the homepage, it's going to pull up. You can have a chat with them right there on the main page of the website. So any question, concern that you might have, remember you can get a consultation set up right there on the homepage of that website. You can find cases they can handle for you in the courtroom, past client results, all right there on the homepage of the website. What are they doing in the community? Well, always something throughout the state of Louisiana. At Get Gordon is always going to be the handle on all major social media, so you can check that out as well. Because like we said, I mean, they're always doing something throughout the state. Speaking of throughout the state, if you want to pick up the phone and give them a call, it is your area code from Shreveport to Ruston, from Ruston to Lafayette, Lafayette to Baton Rouge, Newark, like wherever you're at, put your area code followed by 888-8888. Get Gordon and get it done.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 3, a Monday edition of Off the Bench. A few more segments to go. Right now we're going to go out to the phone line. Hunter McCann of WBRZ. Hunter, what's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you? Hunter, when is the next Disney trip? I got to ask you.
It's in June.
Okay, I knew it was coming up. Moose, I don't know if you're aware of this. Hunter goes to Disney about 4 times a year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we've had to slow it down a little bit, you know?
You cut it to a cool every 6 months or something?
Yeah.
Hey,
Back just a little.
that'll do. Okay, well, look, speaking of excitement, LSU baseball just played a heck of a series over the weekend. They get the win 2-1 over Tennessee. Kind of give me your overall thoughts. What'd you like over that Tigers and Vols?
I mean, what did I like? I mean,
yeah.
a little bit of everything. I mean, I thought the pitching, to be honest with you, was pretty superb for the Tigers. Let alone a few innings maybe, but like I thought the pitching was pretty great on the mound, and then obviously the bats come alive. Yesterday, especially. I mean, you could talk about the one inning, obviously Friday night with 6 unearned runs, but yesterday I thought they did a great job of being in a rubber match and being able to come out the other end with a victory. Not only just a victory, but a run rule victory in 8 innings. Just because of your ability to generate offense. Like it had been a little bit stagnant the past 2.5 weeks or so. Like I think that they had been kind of in a cold spell. And I think when you get yourself in a top 5 matchup and the juices are really flowing like this, and it's a packed Alex Box Stadium on a hot Sunday afternoon, they came and they showed up. I mean, you get off to a fast start despite, obviously you have Casey Evans on the mound to start Sunday, something that he hadn't done yet this year. And he was fantastic. He gave up those 2 earned runs in the first inning and really settled in after that, and the team picked him up. Curiel starts the bottom of that first inning with the solo homer, and then he obviously goes on to go for 4 for 4 yesterday. And look, Musso, I loved your tweet yesterday saying that Curiel had taken it personally after losing the on-base trick. Because they know, but he really did. I mean, he goes 4 for 4 yesterday with a home run, 2 singles, and a double. And then don't forget about the fact that he also had that walk at the end of the game. So, I mean, he was flawless at the plate. But just getting that hot start yesterday really kind of put the game into overdrive and allowed the Tigers to take the series.
Yeah, every single one of Derek Curiel's hits drove in a run, all of them. One of the doubles drove in 2. He was awesome. But I love the thought too from you, Hunter, on what you saw from a couple of other guys in the lineup. Because man, I'd really been looking at 2 out of the 3 that I'd been looking at who are really struggling were Jones, Milam, and Hernandez. Hernandez and Jones. I mean, Jones ended up with 4 hits on the weekend. They kind of, and I mean, obviously Luis on Sunday, a triple and a double, the one that ultimately walked it off. Just kind of what you saw from those guys. Hopefully they're trying to break out of the slump.
Well, I think Hernandez and Jones did do that. They both looked a lot more patient at the plate. I think all 3 of the guys you just mentioned, and Hernandez and Jones and Milam, had been rushing everything, kind of being a little bit too aggressive at the plate. I think Hernandez and Jones kind of figured it out a little bit and kind of realized they could slow back down the game and still get, quality at bats and good contact on the ball. Milam needs to do that. Like I said, slow it down a little bit, because every time he comes up, it just looks like he's trying to swing for the fences. And I think right now that's just not been possible for him. I mean, it just looks like the game's coming a little bit too quick to him. And we know that he has the ability to be an impact player, and with one swing of the bat can, launch one over the right field fence, or specifically the left field fence. And he has been late on or early on almost every single ball that he's swung at so far in this series. I mean, almost all contact he made with the left field the past few days. Point being is, if he slows back down his game, similar to what he did, if you remember last year when he started off slow, when he started off fast and then got into a little bit of a dry spell before he got hot again, moving it into SEC championship and towards postseason. If he could do that again in this time, because he's basically hitting that same kind of a quiet spell that we saw last year, he'll figure it out. But that's really what he needs to do, is just stop swinging for the fences every single time. Come up there, look for your pitch, and get it into play. That's all he needs to do to be able to fix it.
Hunter, going back to the pitching aspect of it all, you talked about Kason Evans, how good he was yesterday, and he was obviously excellent. Me, Musso, Alondra, we all kind of had this discussion to start the show of what we thought they would do with Kason Evans from here on out. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it as well. Do you think they roll with Kason Evans on Sunday, or is it one of those things where it's you're going to play him in games that you want to win? So, like, for example, if you have a chance to win a Friday or Saturday and you need him out of the bullpen, go ahead and do that and just do a TBA on Sunday, or do you like him permanently in that Game 3 role?
I like it as a TBA right now.
Yep.
I think that if you need him, he's such a versatile player. I mean, the fact that he's probably your second best pitcher on staff. I still think Cade Anderson takes that lead role as a Friday night starter. Like, that's your best pitcher. But I think Kason Evans and Zach Callen, but Evans specifically, have been the most reliable out of 10. And you have to be able to still have that as an option if you need him on a tight Friday night game or Saturday game. But I mean, if he's available, like if you haven't used him yet and you get to Sunday, he's got to pitch instead of Chase Shores, because Shores can come out of the bullpen. We saw him do it in 2023 and have success. And I think maybe, because it's not that Shores hasn't pitched well on Sundays. He's just been a little bit inconsistent. I think that a change of pace for him would be good too. So I think if Evans is available to pitch on Sundays because you just haven't used him yet and haven't had that need, he starts on Sunday and you have Chase come out of the bullpen, whether that's Sunday or the midweek.
So I want to switch it up here, Hunter. Move off from baseball for a little bit and get your thoughts on Bernard Gooden. Just transferred in, or I should say committed to transfer in to LSU in the spring portal window. Defensive tackle looked like a spot they might explore here in the portal. Obviously, he comes on. You have Dylan Battle leave. Just a thought on Gooden and how he might fit into Blake Baker's defense.
Well, he's a 4-star recruit, obviously, like you said, and he went to Park Crossing in Montgomery, Alabama. He's a very fast player on the defensive line. Not only that, I was watching some film on him actually last night just to kind of see his style of play. He's very aggressive and has very good what I was able to see, very good balance coming out of his stance, and he's able to get the low leverage. I think that's really great for this. And like you said, it's a position that the team obviously needed to fill in and have a little bit more depth at. But I think he's a guy that can come in and make an impact immediately. I think it's a great pick for Brian Kelly and his staff. I don't think you could really go wrong at this point. But I'm excited to see him in action when we get a little bit closer to fall, because I think that he can not only, like I said, make an impact defensively when they get the game time. I think he's going to make that offensive line that revisioned offensive line, because there's a lot of new faces we're going to see on there next year, even better, because he's going to give quality reps nonetheless.
Hunter, before we get you out of here, we've been LSU heavy. Want to shift gears one more time. Got to get your thoughts on the Saints before we get out of here. Look, the 2025 NFL Draft obviously wrapped up over the weekend. What are your thoughts on what the Saints did with this particular draft class? Do you like what they did?
I liked every single pick except for Shuck at 40.
Yep. That seems to kind of be the consensus right now.
I did. I thought they did really well at being able to get really high-quality talent at all of their picks. I really liked the gaps that they filled. I think the one thing that everybody had been harping on that they did not do was get themselves a big wide receiver. I was very high on Elick Ayomanor out of Stanford. Yep. I really wanted them to take him in the 4th round. They had the opportunity to, decided to I remember they went with that pick. I believe it would have been Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. Nonetheless, he's a great pickup. Like he's a fast downhill runner. Like he's very smart. I like that pick in the 4th round, but they need to go in at least free agency to get themselves a wide receiver. But specifically going back to the reason I don't like Shuck is I used this comparison on Saturday on Sports Shorts Radio. If you want to take 2 previous Saints quarterbacks to make a comparison to for Shuck, in my opinion, if you combine the talent and play of Jake Haener and Ian Book and you made them 6'5", to me that's Tyler Shuck. It's not that I don't think he's a good quarterback. It's the fact that I don't think he's a 2nd round quarterback. Like I think the Saints reached here. I think Shuck would have still actually been available in the middle of the 4th round. Like that's kind of where he was projected to go by most analysts. Like that's where I would think his talent and level of play would be somewhere in the middle of the 4th round. But I think this is a typical definition of a coach falling in love with a quarterback. I think Kellen Moore really liked Tyler Shuck and said, we're going to go get him as soon as we can. And that's exactly what they did. And if it works out and he ends up being the guy for the New Orleans Saints, then guess what? I don't care that they used a 2nd round pick, obviously. Right? I'm wrong. And I hope he does prove me wrong. I just don't think that talent that I've seen from this guy who's had injuries in the past, he's broken the same collarbone twice, he broke his femur in college, he only had one healthy full year of college football, and that was last season in his 7-year career throughout collegiate athletics. He finished his career at Louisville, and he had a great season. But it worries me that he's a 7-year guy, he's a 7th-year senior, he only had one healthy year, and he gets drafted high in the 2nd round to the New Orleans Saints. So to me, it's a recipe for disaster, but that doesn't mean that Shuck can't prove me wrong. And like I said, I hope he does.
Hunter McCann, WBRZ. Hunter, thanks for hopping on with us today, man.
Absolutely, guys. Y'all have a great week.
You too. All right, we're going to take a quick time out. We get back. We got one segment left. We're going to close this thing out like we do every day with some Ask the Bench.
Off the bench.
TrashRangers.com. TrashRangers.com. Bottom left of the website, you can sign up for residential service. Right in the middle of the website, commercial service, and then in the bottom right, sign up for that roll-off dumpster. Now, if you don't know what size roll-off dumpster you need, you've got a project at your home or your business, you pick up the phone, you give Trash Rangers a call. That is 225-363-9053. Hey, here's what I got going on. What do you think I need? And they're going to make sure you have the right size dumpster for your job. And look, I am jealous if you get to work with Trash Rangers because so many different things that they do for you, the customer. That's what they're all about. And that's why they're in the community so many different times. And you'll see them, support youth baseball teams, basketball, like whatever it is. They're all about you. Reliable and hassle-free trash removal services here in South Louisiana. Again, go to the website today to sign up, TrashRangers.com.
Baton Rouge's home for real rock. It's Eagle 98.1. Foo Fighters. Led Zeppelin. AC/DC. Pearl Jam. And the flagship home for LSU sports. Take us anywhere with the Eagle 98.1 app. Eagle 98.1 is the rock station.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary, for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected. supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
ED, low T, or simply seeking to optimize your health and performance? Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness offers a range of discreet services to address your specific needs. We empower men to reclaim their health and confidence. Visit yourgoodwood.com.
These are the luckiest ice cubes in the world. They could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they've been called upon to cradle and cool a crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Looks like the lucky just got luckier. Dos Equis.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At Ochsner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Ochsner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one: you. Ochsner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
Welcome back to Off the Bench, where the takes are hot and the sports talk is questionable.
Welcome back in. Final segment, hour number 3, a Monday edition of Off the Bench. Very NFL draft heavy. We also dove into LSU with their series victory over the Tennessee Volunteers over the weekend. But right now it is time to close the show out like we do every day with some Ask the Bench. And the first question is, could Matt Musso defeat 100 aerial Antiguas?
There's only one of me?
So
There's only one of you. There's 100 aerial Antiguas.
No, I can't defeat 100 anything by myself. What are you talking about?
That's just like bad odds, no matter who
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
The next one's for Alondra. Ask the
God.
bench. Well, I mean, not specifically, but like you would know better than us.
I was like, no.
What other title fight would you want to co-headline UFC 318, reasonably
Shoot.
speaking?
If you want to make it real big,
Yeah, I mean, as big as you want.
give me Ilya and Islam.
Okay, yeah. So
After Ilya moved up,
kind of like a little co-main
like
event
a
thing.
huge, like you want to make it real big, give me that. That'd be cool.
I don't mind that one.
Might be a little out of reach, but I would love that.
Ask the bench. When are we getting a Tay Tay and Moose show so that you can stop being T-Bob and Scone's punching bags? Look, guys, Matt's an angry person, and he has to find someone to take his anger out on.
I don't know about that.
T-Bob. I don't know what T-Bob's issue is. I think T-Bob is intimidated by me.
Yeah.
I kind of think that's what it is. Understandable. I get it. We're fine. Look, Moose and Matt have a great relationship. Me and T-Bob, actually, we have a pretty good relationship off air as well. Like, we're fine. We're not in any danger
It's all good.
or anything like that. Like, we're good.
It just is what it is.
The reality is, guys, look, off air, Moscona and T-Bob are two of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Okay, I know some people are like, no, wait. Yes, that's true. If it was an issue, they wouldn't do it. Okay, it's all part of the fun here. We have it guaranteed immediate. Okay, ask the bench. How many cigs and beers does Nikola Jokic have after his games? I think he has them before his games. Nikola Jokic is someone I aspire to be. I mean, a guy that is that good and cares that little, it's really phenomenal. I mean, Nikola Jokic, I mean, I think far and away best player in the NBA. We're in talks of like best center of all time, though, with Nikola Jokic. Like, if he wins what's he on, his third MVP, fourth MVP coming up? If he wins it, like, that guy he's been on another level. Ask the bench, how long did it take Musso to go to sleep after the Bear Jones walk-off homer?
See, I left the parking lot at about 1:58 a.m. I was probably asleep shortly before 3:30. So, I mean, I guess about an hour and a half. Okay. I was pretty exhausted. That was a long day. It was a long week. So, I mean, I was fired up after, obviously. But once I actually got in bed, I was out pretty quick.
Ask the bench. What UFC or boxing fight would you want to go back in time to see front row? For me, it's one of the classics, like Ali Frazier comes to mind. Like one of the
Sonny
Tyson
Liston,
fights, Sonny Liston comes to mind. I mean, one of the classic heavyweight fights that we talk about, right? Like George Foreman's a good one, Mike Tyson's a good one. Like any of those. Like Alondra, I know you're big into UFC. I don't know if there's a UFC fight that like maybe quite matches the history of those, but I mean, there's some big ones.
There are. I can't think of a UFC one off the top of my head, but yeah, it'd have to be like literally any Muhammad Ali fight I would go back and watch. Recent, like if I could go to like a recent boxing match, probably the one last year with Usyk and Fury.
That's a good one.
Amazing.
I mean, Fury and Wilder a couple years ago was really good. I mean, they've had some good ones over the years. Boxing has the history the UFC doesn't.
Yeah.
Like I'm definitely going back in time to see boxing over UFC because like UFC is still growing. Boxing, like its heyday, like I still think boxing's big, but its heyday was, 20 years ago. That's when I want to go back. All right, look, that's going to do it for a Monday edition of Off the Bench. A sick day version of Off the Bench. We appreciate Matt Musso for hopping in. Alondra, big help. Cassie as well. We'll see you tomorrow on OTB.
Off the Bench.
Go to KTZBlinds.com. KTOZ blinds.com. And I can't tell you enough. And actually, like during the last couple of weeks, our shade has just consistently stayed down that we have in the back of our home. And that's where the sun kind of before we got it just really ruined TV viewing during the day. You're trying to watch like a big NFL game or a big baseball game. LSU's got an early one today and you couldn't get it done. Just wasn't the same, right? You got this huge glare on the TV. Well, I didn't think putting something on the exterior of our home would change the interior of our home, but it has certainly done that. Now it's done its original job. Like Harlow loves going out to our little patio. We dropped the shade down there. She plays out there, absolutely loves it. It's not as hot, it's not bright, but it has changed the dynamic of our entire home. The house is cooler whenever we have the shade down. They'll do it for you as well. K2zblinds.com.
There it is, the extra mile, on the border of expected and extraordinary for those willing to go further, like vans customized for work or play, with safety and tech to keep you connected, supported by a 5-star sales, service, and finance team, and backed by the 1-star you know. So go the extra mile. It's never crowded, because so few have what it takes to go there. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
These ice cubes could have been a thankless bed for an all-you-can-eat salad bar. But instead, they cradle and cool in crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. Nicely done, ice cubes.
It's not just a game, it's a religion. You've got your team color, team swag, and now your very own website. LouisianaSports.net. Everything LSU, Saints, and Pelicans. Sports on demand. In-depth coverage by sports writing pros with continuously updated news. And with the LouisianaSports.net newsletter, you get pinged directly with top trending stories. Best of all, now and always, no paywall. It's free. LouisianaSports.net. Powered by 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge. Your home for Louisiana sports.
Man, age is just a number. Don't let it dictate how you feel. Goodwood Men's Sexual Wellness has anti-aging services that can help you look and feel your best. Visit yourgoodwood.com and discover a renewed sense of vitality.
Family owned and community driven.
Service Chevrolet Cadillac, a legacy you can trust since 1972. Service Chevrolet Cadillac, our family serving your family.
For over 50 years.
Crime has serious consequences, but anyone can make a mistake. If you find yourself in trouble with the law, know that you have rights, and it's okay to demand them. The law offices of O.C. Brown are here to protect you and your rights. Felony or misdemeanor, DUI or drug charge. No matter what crime you're accused of, you still have rights. Let the law offices of O.C. Brown uphold them. Call 225-343-1111. Your law firm for a lifetime.
At Auctioner, we know healing is a team sport. That's why we've partnered with world-renowned orthopedic surgeon Dr. James Andrews to create the Auctioner Andrews Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Institute. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, our team of specialists are dedicated to getting you back in the game. So whatever your reasons are for reaching your personal best, we've only got one. You. Auctioner Andrews Institute. Long live you.
At Atmos Energy, our smart choice solutions help customers save energy and emissions with rebates up to $500 off high-efficiency natural gas appliances, smart thermostats, and weatherization upgrades. Together, we're fueling our energy future.